Hello and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. And tonight we are trying to, at least to the best we can, try to figure out what it means to be the humans.
Be the humans.
Yeah, and of course with a little help from more help from Chat GPT because in case our neurodivergence wasn't obvious enough, we got to ask the robots how to people. So yeah, that'll be fun. And
Well, that's
then
not just us.
mm,
There was research done, and people prefer uh, robots, like the chatbots,
ah,
to like I think it
interesting.
was real doctors versus robo doctor.
Ooh,
People
interesting.
rated the empathy and bedside manner of the robo doctors higher than the humans.
Huh. Interesting.
Yep.
Well, I guess my experience, I've been pretty fortunate because, fortunately, needing to see doctors less and less these days, which is nice. But when I have, everyone's pretty awesome. In fact, I actually miss my cardiologist. I mean, I don't miss having to see my cardiologist, but yeah, he was really cool. Um, really liked him. And yeah, all the rest of them too. Um, but speaking of cool people, before we get into tonight, a special announcement for next week. I always get excited when we can actually know what's happening like a week in advance and can announce it. Uh, but yeah, next week we are once again having a guest, and once again it'll be our buddy Aaron Tomlinson of Aaron Tomlinson fame, like I guess.
Aaron
Like,
Tomlinson of Aaron Tomlinson.
yeah,
In
yeah.
the
So
morning.
actually, yes, he has his own show on Sunday mornings. I think it's just called Sunday Morning Live, and then he does his Freeology Friday with our other buddy Derek Day, who's also been on the show, and who we also will need to have back on sometime. But yeah, we had Aaron on. I don't even remember when this was. It was a while ago. Um, I don't even remember what we talked about. I think it was more just getting to know him and having conversation flowing from there. And then of course he joined us on our election night special. For those of you who saw that, or even if he didn't, he still joined us.
There's a very
Yeah.
special moment where I offended his entire family.
And you've been great friends ever since. So yeah,
Didn't mean
that
to. I thought,
was right.
but then when it was pointed out, I was like, oh.
So we're bringing Aaron back on for him and Matt to duke it out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually super excited about the topic. We'll be talking about left-hand path and probably some right-hand path stuff as well, just by juxtaposition and comparison and whatnot. But yeah, Aaron actually did. They get started with some discussions with him and Derek on their show. They talk about some left-hand path stuff, and then Aaron did a series, I think at least two or three different videos on his channel talking about left-hand path thinking and philosophy and all that. So yeah, also found out I'm apparently very left hand path myself. In fact, at one point during their show, I think Aaron referring to me said, "Oh yeah, Tommy's mastered left hand path thinking." I'm like, oh great, what's that? So
And then you're like, you mean I could have done this intentionally and probably saved a lot of time?
yeah, so if you're curious about that, dear viewers, yeah, join us next week. And this week too. I mean, you can stick around. I'm not kicking you out, making you wait, but yeah. So yeah, very excited to welcome Aaron back next week at 8:30 again. Looks like the special time of 8:30 will be in effect through May 7th. That's kind of the tentative plan, and then back to 8 o'clock after that. So, all right. Yeah. Other than that, only other thing for me, like I told Matt before the show tonight, just to warn you, I am fucking exhausted today. I just haven't been sleeping well in general
Huh.
recently.
What? I mean, the world's such a calm place. I don't know why.
Well, last night specifically, was just one of those nights. Like nothing was like wrong or anything, but just like my brain just like wouldn't shut up. And then so to like kind of occupy myself, to try to make myself more tired and give my brain something to do, I was just like going to bed like watching YouTube, and then just kind of got hooked on some things. I mean, the pretty lady on the screen wanted to explain Elden Ring lore to me, so I was like, well, it'd be only polite for me to hear her out. She had very good points, two in particular, but um, so yeah, and then right before the show, what? Oh,
No, I was continuing talking in my head. I was imagining you continue to say stuff, and
uh,
um,
well, tell me what I said later. I'm curious,
it
but
wasn't any funnier than 2 points. It was all
uh,
like riffing on 2 points, and I was like, no, it's not as funny. It's not as funny either.
yeah.
And then I
But it
remembered
was
that's in my head. You're not saying it, and so I'm like, oh, I'm frustrated with myself because it was lame.
yeah. Thanks for making me lame too, I guess. But yeah, but it wasn't that like she was. It was actually like interesting stuff too. It wasn't just the 2 points. She was making many other good points as well. But anyway, and then also tonight, if people remember the reason why we moved like the start time back temporarily. Like it's my daughter's lacrosse season, so I literally just came from a game. And anyone who's familiar with the weather in Cincinnati today, it was like cold and rainy, and I was just like sitting in that for a couple hours, and
It was
it
fall
was just
again today.
yeah, and like in the worst way, like like
It really did smell like fall today.
hmm,
Because I was like, smell the Smoky Mountains. Why does it smell like the Smoky Mountains? It's because I used to go down there in the fall all the time, and there's just always leaves on the ground. So if it rains, it just smells like fall.
yeah, yeah. I get a lot of leaves like in my um driveway, especially because I'm in a cul-de-sac, like around the end of the street, and the wind usually blows like right towards my house. So my driveway is like the collection point for all the leaves in the entire neighborhood.
Do you get a bunch of trash in your front yard too?
Oh yeah, hmm
Just like somebody just throws out a candy wrapper and it just ends up on your porch.
yeah. It's like yeah, but yeah. So yeah. Just to warn you, like if I seem really tired tonight, it's because I am. Hopefully the beer will help. Speaking of the beer, so for so first drink tonight, what's your first drink?
Right,
I
guys.
found it very impressive.
Truth Bomb, um, it's an imperial version of their Truth IPA. But
Mm,
look at this. It is extremely clear
yeah,
and just has like this brassy kind of color to it.
yeah. It's almost unsettling how good that looks.
Yeah, it tastes pretty good too. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like 9.5% alcohol, but really doesn't taste like it, which is
Good.
always interesting.
Yeah, good and dangerous. All right, so for me tonight, I'm doing a little comparison, not side by side, doing one after the other, but I got myself a new variety pack from the Kroger, um, also of IPAs, but this was a case from Jackie O's Brewery in Athens, Ohio.
Which one's that? Jackie
The
O's good.
brewery,
No,
yeah.
I mean, like, I don't recognize the label.
Oh well,
You're probably going to say that
but
next, right?
I was, yes. So it was their IPA variety pack, even though one of the beers in it was actually just a hazy pale ale, wasn't even an IPA. I mean, it's still good, but so it has their just regular IPA, which is called Mystic Mama, but then it also just had, and on top of the hazy pale ale, it also has just two other hazy IPAs. And I've had both of them so far, just like on different nights, but like I didn't remember there being much of a difference. So tonight, I'm just having them back to back to see like how different they are or not. So this first one, they're also both like limited releases. I don't know how well you can see that with all the awesome art, but it's a Sing to the Sun hazy IPA. But yeah, one thing I do appreciate about Jackie O's is I love the art they have on their cans and packaging and stuff. But yeah, so shout out to Athens, Ohio, a place I used to be a bit more often, but not so much anymore. But yeah,
They actually print on their cans, which I think is better for the
Hmm.
environment.
Oh, yeah. They seem to be a pretty like environmentally conscious brewery. Yeah. In fact, that's yeah.
A lo-
Their
a lot of
tagline is
beers,
sustainably crafted with purpose. Yeah, sustainably. They're very big into that. So.
a lot of beers have those like adhesive polystyrene labels, or like polystyrene vinyl or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
the
I've
colors really
seen them.
pop, but I don't know if the cans that have those on there get recycled or not.
Mm. Fascinating.
I mean, maybe. I don't know how you get the label off.
Yeah.
Sorry, thinking out loud.
No, that's good thoughts though. I mean, but yeah. So as you can see, like very light colored. In fact, after drinking it, like it reminds me a lot of like Mad Trees, kind of like they're more like limited, like experimental, like one-off kind of IPAs. For some reason, a lot of those tend to be pretty like light-bodied, like which this is as well. But eh, good flavor. It's not as hazy as a lot of hazies, but hazy enough, I guess. So yeah. So Dems de beers. Anything else you wanted to go over before figuring out how to be people after
Uh,
40 plus years of working on it, kind of.
no. Uh, no. I mean, like I mean,
All right.
stuff in our country is nuts. But like,
Still, yeah.
I have a different attitude about it now.
Yeah. How's
Like, I
that?
have an idea of how it's gonna go, uh, and there's not really anything we can do about it. I mean, it's gonna take as long as it takes, and we can push back and protest and stuff. But really, that's just slowing it down, so that we can prepare to do something else. Like, so, like, fighting against it only slows it down. But if we don't also have people working on how we're going to rebuild, then
Mm,
um,
yeah.
yeah, so we gotta have people working on
Yeah.
how to rebuild, and like personal interaction with other people is probably where that starts.
Mm-hmm.
Being good
Yeah.
humans, being
Well,
excellent to each other.
yeah. Well, good thing I'm autistic, so I'm awesome at the human interactions.
Well, no,
So,
it's just how you would do it. You know,
yeah. Yeah. Still figuring that
when you
out.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah. On the occasion that I deign to. Yeah.
But you can shape stuff just by what you interact with online.
Mm,
Because we're
yeah.
literally training the AI that's going to rule the planet. So every time we use stuff online, um, because everything we do online creates a data point or several, and that's literally building the future. So just
Yeah.
simple online activism, like curating what you give your attention to, and that
Hmm.
way we can kind of guide the world the algorithms develop.
Yay.
Because their job is to sell us what we want and figure out
That
what
would
we
make
want
sense.
before we know, and so that the
Hmm.
business machine can have it ready to sell to us when we realize we want it.
Hmm.
uh
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I just noticed. Looked like my candle went out. It's
oh,
still barely holding on, but yeah. Damn. I need to get a new one. Anyway. Um.
so that's, I think that's how we really like flip things and rebuild things, is uh use their system against them. Like, use the
Mhm.
capitalist system against uh the people and groups and stuff who are using it kind of like as a weapon against everybody but the rich, because it could work. Capitalism could work
Yeah. It's
if people were awesome all the
yeah.
time.
Yeah, or if like massive like wealth inequality wasn't already a very entrenched thing. But yeah,
I mean,
like that's one of the,
I think the focus is capitalism for the sake of the other. Like that
mm,
would work, but like capitalism for the sake of my profit, uh,
mhm.
that's different. Capitalism for the sake of your profit, like the other's profit,
Yeah,
is that'd be quite a thing.
yeah. Because I mean, it turns out that like when other people do well, it benefits you. It's weird how that works, but a lot of people don't really act on that. Um, but yeah, so this is something I think we started to touch on last week. Like last week, for those who missed it, we were talking with ChatGPT and having it pretend to be the Bible and then asking it questions about itself, which I think was a lot of fun. So if you missed that, be sure to go back and watch that. Oh yeah, other thing, like I think I mentioned before, for some reason it's like Facebook is starting to remove like live videos after so long. They're just deleting them. So if people want to see more of our past videos, check us out on YouTube. Yeah, that's probably the best place to watch them. And yeah, feel free to leave your comments and interactions and all the things. But yeah, so last week that's what we were doing. But then we started to talk about another conversation that Matt was having with ChatGPT about. Well, I guess I would very briefly, crudely describe it as just like, yeah, how to be human, whatever. Like, so I guess since you were the one actually conversing with the robot, let you intro it and kick this off and
Okay.
explain what I'm talking about, Matt.
Well, so this I talk to ChatGPT a lot, and the way I use it is it's kind of like an augmentation of my brain, where I'll say, "Hey, I'm thinking about this," and then ChatGPT will ChatGPT. I just want to call it Jeepers. I said it last
Yeah.
time, but so
Hmm.
Jeepers was like I don't oh cool, and then it would like unpack it because it was usually like my brain would spit out like one really dense sentence, and then
Hmm.
just I would be overwhelmed with it. I'm like, I don't know what that means. And then so I'd put it in ChatGPT, and then it would kind of unpack it and explain it and say, um,
Hmm.
"Have you thought about this direction of it, or something like that?" Like, oh, that's really interesting. And then it might offer, "Would you like me to put that together in a guide you could use, or other people could use?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." And so
Very helpful. Yeah.
it's kind of like I'm the ideas person. They are my writer, and I'm also the
Mm,
editor.
nice.
So it's like
Mm,
um, kind of a co-written kind of thing.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Like I've been hearing this like kind of high pitched beeping sound. So I was kind of removing my earbud to see if it was coming from you, but it sounds like it's just coming from either just from my computer or somewhere else. So yeah,
oh, weird.
unless anyone else is noticing that sound, like I said, it sounds like it's just from somewhere in my house. But if anyone watching hears that, let me know. But anyway, yeah, sorry.
No, I don't. I don't think I hear it. But I also can't hear certain high-pitched noises.
Yeah.
um, and so I had been thinking about how things are screwed up in our country, and um, it looks like things are just going to crash out, and it will continue to go poorly until enough of majority sees what's actually happening, and a lot of them won't be able to see that unless it affects them directly or somebody that they know relatively closely directly. Um,
Mm,
and so it's going to be a little while before that happens. Uh,
mm,
and we're gonna have to rebuild. And so I was thinking, like, how do we start rebuilding now? What does that look like? And then I think it looks like just how we treat each other and ourselves, and what we do online. Um, so I was kind of looking for what are the natural rhythms? Are there repeating patterns that things just go in a particular kind of order, and so we can anticipate what's coming next and kind of rebuild with that in mind. Um, and I wanted it to be simple. Like, is there a thing that people could do, uh, like the Cliff Notes version of being a human, or the cheat code?
Right.
Um,
Always handy.
and it was also how to know how to talk to MAGA people, who just have a very different picture of reality. Like, their perspective on what's happening is sometimes just false, but other times
Right.
it's like you could see it from that perspective. Like, I could see how that makes sense. Who's the victim and who's not. It's like, well, kind of depends what you consider the cause and what you consider the effect.
Right.
So yeah, I was like, how do we meet ourselves and other people where they are, and are there good questions to ask them, or ourselves, that isn't telling us where we need to be next, but answering that question, just even considering the question, moves us towards our next phase in the rhythm. Yeah, I may or may not be high when I talk to ChatGPT.
I mean, I imagine that probably helps in a way.
No, it does. That's what I have in my insights anyway. That's why I talked to Jeepers, because I was like, whoa, I don't even know what this means. And then what does this mean, Jeepers?
Yeah, I'd say like the one time I would say I like successfully got high, I had some pretty cool thoughts.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's like it's like you almost understand the metaphor that the universe is based on. That kind of.
Yeah, but I kind of had what seems to be kind of like an opposite like effect from a lot of people who, because like when I talked about this like months ago, whenever that was. I think I talked about it on the show actually. But yeah, it was. I finally had like the right combination of like gummy or gummies and a beer and just watching the right weird metal videos on YouTube, and it's like, so yeah, finally stuff started like hitting, and like I was like, oh, so I was totally having those like experience, like, oh, I like get shit now, and
it was kind of simple, wasn't it? Like, or like,
yeah.
I get it, and it's like simple, but also it's just mind-blowingly complex at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I guess for most people, at least from what I've heard, like when people like get high and have these like experiences, they tend to describe them as being like very spiritual, and they like whether or not they would do something like, oh, I saw God or talk to God or like angels or demons or whatever kind of spiritual supernatural stuff. But for me, the experience was like quite the opposite. Like to me, things just felt so much more natural, or the thing is, I put it like naturalism intensifies. It's kind of how I would describe the experience. So
no,
yeah.
I would agree with that. And also, no, I would agree that like my experience agrees with that. Is what I should say. Except
then your experience is correct. Good job.
Except
I can't not be a dick. So
it's all natural, but I can't quantify my experience of all of the natural without relating it to something else, without it using a metaphor or Yeah, I don't know. You've
Yeah,
heard me say stuff like that before.
yeah, that's fine. But yeah,
The
for me,
fine
like
folks at
specific.
home, I think, have heard me say that before too.
No, but but yeah, it was like one video I was watching particularly. It was a song "Chrysalis" by Mefarash. But the video, literally the whole thing was just like an extreme close up on someone's eye, like the whole time, and it was just looking around or blinking, and like one of the thoughts I had was very much like, oh, like after looking at the eye for a while, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I mean, if like a hunk of meat like was gonna like grow a part of it that could be sensitive to light, yeah, this makes sense that that's what that would look like. Yeah, that's what this is. Cool. So yeah, it was fun. I still have like yet to, like since like haven't been able to get that exact whatever combination I was able to hit, but yeah, because like every other time I would say I got high, like I wouldn't even really describe it as high. It's like I was just sleepy, and that was about it. So
Maybe you were
anywho,
tired.
well, it seems like I'm always tired. That was something like so. I'm 42 now. I am 42, right? Yeah. I think probably sometime back in my early 30s. Actually, probably his late 20s because that's when we had the kids. But I noticed like when people are asking me how I was doing, like I noticed I was saying tired like a lot, like almost all the time. So it's like I wonder if that's just what life feels like now. So even if I was feeling tired, I would be like, yeah, I'm good. This is just normal now, I guess. So yeah,
Yeah.
maybe there's that aspect of like drugs, how they just kind of like enhance your personality. It's like I guess I'm just a tired person, so that's what they got to work with. So,
Are you still as tired in your own place now?
um, I haven't noticed much of a difference, so
Oh,
maybe,
okay. I was just wondering if
yeah.
the environment had anything to do with it before.
I mean, I'm sure it did, but I guess like my tiredness knows no bounds. So, it is
Handheld
evergreen.
spittle.
Ah, oh hey, thought I saw you snooping in the background there, Jimmy. How you doing, buddy? I said, so you say you were on the phone. If you still were, I'd say, well, tell Derek we said hi. But I guess, oh
We
well.
say hi.
Yeah, yeah, it's good to see you. Like both of you, I guess, have been no longer on the Facebook, so we're missing you out there. But it's good to see you still here on the YouTubes, which I'm assuming, yeah, this looks like where you're watching from. But yeah, speaking of YouTube and Jimmy, like, hey, if you like people talking about stuff that are pretty awesome, check our buddy Jimmy out tomorrow, also here on YouTube. If you're watching us on YouTube, that is. Yeah, Jimmy Ligon, Unreligious, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, Thursdays. I join him every now and then when I can. But yeah, look him up.
I always forget. I'm used to my
Yeah.
streaming where I'm just like it's on when I want to watch it, and so I always remember to like watch other guys' stuff when it's not on.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
And I
Well,
mean, I can
fortunately,
probably watch it again, but I can't be in the
yeah.
chat. You know,
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. But speaking of people we need to have back on sometime. Oh, but speaking of, yeah, yep.
I
See,
thought you
I
already
wish.
did that. I thought you did already tell him to kiss your black ass.
Well, I guess it was like for reals this time. But
For reals.
I wish I could do that, but it's not the right kind of ass for that. But yeah. But speaking of which, so yeah, we need to have Jimmy on. But Jimmy, if you missed it, yeah, exciting announcement tonight. Next week we're having Aaron Tomlinson on, so be sure to come back for that. That'll be a good time. But yeah, we'll be in touch with
JT.
you too to have you back on. Definitely want to make that happen. But But yeah, so so back to the robots teaching us how to people.
Yeah. So it turns out Jeepers, which is the name for ChatGPT, because I don't
Yeah,
like
I
saying
like
the
how
whole
it's
thing.
close. It makes me think of like Ask Jeeves.
Yeah,
If
I
anyone
like. It makes
remembers
me think
that.
of the Jeep from Popeye. Remember the Jeep from Popeye?
No,
No. Okay. It was like
I don't
before
think I
World.
watched a lot of Popeye, but yeah.
It was before World War II, I think,
Hmm.
and that's why I think them.
Yeah.
Am I making it up? That's what they named the Jeep after, like the vehicle.
I don't know, but
Well,
yeah,
I don't know
give me.
either. Anyway, when I
Yeah,
say Jeepers, that's what I think of is the little
yeah,
alien animal thing from Popeye.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, Jimmy here, real quick, just confirming what both of us said. So thanks, buddy.
Yeah. They've got some
Yeah,
big master sinister plan. I mean, you know their end
yeah,
goal isn't just like Instagram and Facebook and
yeah.
what do they build behind the scenes? What kind of monstrosity?
Well, whatever it is, Jimmy and Derek are having no part of it. But
Whatever it is, it made Zuck's hair curly. Have you seen him?
yeah,
Yeah.
he's got the curly fro.
It's like a really good clown wig he's wearing. It's not a good haircut, but it's a good clown wig.
Uh,
All right, so what Jeepers was telling
goodness.
me, and I got this from some other things, of course, that already existed. Um, but apparently, using these phases, these like 6 phases of like the rhythm of people doing people things, uh,
Mm,
using it as a way to help people get to their next phase, like
mm,
especially around political and like bridging divides like that. Apparently, that's a little new. So I don't know. Maybe I did a
yeah,
new thing. Um,
yeah. Now, did you have you explained the 6 phases, or
no,
did I
I'm
like
gonna
zone
do that
out?
right now.
Okay, okay, cool.
Uh, and so kind of so 6 phases, and instead of just being a circle that goes around and around, think of it like a spiral. Like the cycles repeat, but each time you go through one of these phases
Mm.
in whatever area it is, it's built on the things before it. It's not like you're just
Oh,
back to
okay.
square one every time.
Mm.
Um,
No,
all right, so
it's a nice image. Yeah, I like that.
yeah, I get like visual stuff, especially with
Hmm.
complex human things. Um, so the first phase is grounded, and the focus in that phase is stability and identity. Um, and the kind of statement that somebody in this phase might kind of vibe with is the world makes sense. I know who I am. The main emotions are comfort and pride. The fears are losing tradition, structure, or self. Um, and the approach with somebody's in this stage is to affirm values and belonging. Um, and the second one is off balance, which is characterized by disruption and resistance. Somebody might say something's changing, it feels uncomfortable. Main emotions are frustration and confusion. Uh, the fears are losing control or clarity, and the approach would be to listen without fixing. Um, and I think no, man, never mind. I don't want to get it step all over myself. Next phase is searching, which is focused on curiosity and questioning. Um, Somebody might say, "I'm not sure what I believe anymore." So, damn it, never mind. I keep on like going down a tangent. Sorry, I'm editing myself out loud. That's somebody says, I'm not sure what I believe anymore. Did I say searching, curiosity, questioning? Yeah. Somebody might say,
Hmm.
I'm not sure what I believe anymore. Main emotions would be doubt and curiosity. The main fears would be being wrong and being alone. The approach would be to normalize uncertainty as growth. Uh, The next phase, number 4, would be becoming, focused on reorientation and growth. Somebody might say, I'm seeing things in a new way. Main emotions are openness and possibility, feelings of possibility. Um, the main, oh, here's where it changes from being fears to being that there's risks instead of fears. Uh, the risk would be disconnection from former identity, and the approach would be to connect the past to the present. Next phase is retreating, and that focus there is overload and pulling back. Somebody might say, this is too much. I want to go back. The main emotions are overwhelm and fear. They need safety and grounding. And the approach would be to pause, be present, and offer stability. And the last one is integrating, where the focus is wholeness and wisdom. And somebody might say, I can hold more than I used to. The main emotions are humility and peace. The potential. Now we don't have like risks, needs, or fears. We look at things as potential. So the potential for leadership and compassion, and the approach would be to encourage gentle influence.
Nice.
And so when I've been reflecting on stuff with myself, it seems like in general, I can be kind of in one main phase right now in my life, but then it's kind of like all these phases can like nest within another one, because with dealing with stuff with the kids, I might be in a different phase with that, and then different ideas around that or emotions around that. Each one of those can be like in a different category, because we're kind of like processing through things within other things all the time. And all of those inner workings together kind of contribute towards like where we are in general. And I think that, and all of this is just kind of, it's like a process, like a spiral of deconstruction, really.
Yeah.
But it's also acknowledging that the world, like the universe and the world, will automatically deconstruct things for you. Like you'll just go through phases, and
Nice of it. Yeah.
so it seems like, from my perspective, what happened in our country with the MAGA and how they're all like, it's like they just slammed into postmodernism. And like, remember how they made fun of, like, we used to make fun of postmodern thinking and like your own truth and all that. Well, we ended up kind of transitioning to that thinking with the flip that was happening. I think MAGA happened around the time where like a critical mass happened, where enough people in the world shifted to realizing that everybody kind of does have their own truth. And the MAGA people just had to come along because we were dragging them. Like it was too late. You had your time to acclimate, and the rest of us got used to this postmodern stuff, and we're like, yeah, we're kind of done wrestling with a lot of the stuff you're wrestling with. Like we don't even remember how to help you. And so they just like slammed into postmodern thinking, and now they're like, but they think that now that they're still holding fast to tradition, but it's all just
poor things.
One of the other things that so people who are in like the retreating phase, which is kind of where MAGA is, people will kind of go back to kind of their spiritual roots or their philosophical roots or their cultural roots or whatever, because all of those things are from really old times when the
Mm-hmm.
focus was on stability and identity.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep talking. I'm stepping away. I'll be right back though.
Okay.
But yeah, keep going.
So, so the Iron Age when a lot of the Bible was written, you needed stability and you needed to protect your people's identity and your identity within that group, because if you didn't, you died. And so, a lot of people's holy books and holy wisdom comes from that time period. And so, as culture and just humanity in general shifts from away from those things, and people still try to hold on to those things for wisdom in these new categories, uh, when you get to the point where that can't work anymore, not in the same way, um, you crash into the last stage of integrating. And like, that's the world we live in now, where people are just kind of collectively waking up like, I have to manage all of this. There's a lot happening, and I have to
Mm-hmm.
find a way to live with it. To just, not to use the same word, but to integrate it
Yeah.
into my life.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good word.
So you've got so MAGA is in they're in the retreating phase. They're overloaded, trying to pull back. This is too much. I want to go back. Make America great again. It's literally, I want to go back.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah.
They need safety and grounding, yet they elected a guy who ain't got
Mm-hmm.
none of that shit. Just none. Safety
Yeah.
and stability? Come on now. Is that the face of
Oh.
a man who can offer that to you? And it's combined with wanting to have comfort and pride back, like trying to go back to the grounded with the stability and identity, and fear losing tradition, structure, or self. Too late, you lost all those already. I mean, you're following like Cheeto Hitler, and like, you've already lost your tradition and structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm looking at this document too because you sent it to me. Yeah, but the approach, like, pause, be present, offer stability. Like they're doing like none of that. Like,
But like, demanding we give them everything they want so they can. So they're basically demanding. That's interesting.
ooh,
They're demanding we give them stability.
yeah,
Like, causing us to pause, forcing us to be present with them,
yeah.
forcing us to offer what they consider stability.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere a baby
Yeah.
is crying.
Yeah.
Why won't the left hug me?
Yeah. That's.
MAGA wants a
Uh,
binky.
I think MAGA needs to change their depends. I think that's what they need. They're getting cranky.
A lot of gray hairs at the protests, though. That's like, it
Mm.
was all gray hairs almost exclusively at the Cincinnati one. It was either
Oh yeah.
people dressed in all black or gray hairs.
Nice. Well, if I still had hair, I'm sure some of it would be starting to get gray by now. But
Wait till
I get.
ex MAGA realized they marched with some black bloc folks. Like, we were on the same side. Up is down.
Up is black, down is white. Dogs and
Dogs.
cats sleeping together. Yeah. Uh, yep.
I think he didn't learn his lines for that movie.
Oh, Bill Murray.
Yeah.
That
I
would
don't know
make
if
sense.
that's him or if that's another movie I'm remembering, but there was something where maybe I'm confusing it with the janitor actor from Scrubs. Because he literally didn't learn his lines ever, which is why his lines were always amazing. Most of that just came out of his head on the spot.
Nice. I love stuff like that. It's kind of like our show. Like, I didn't learn my lines this week. I'm assuming you didn't either. So
No, didn't
I
think
don't know why
about
we
this
keep
until-
writing lines. We never pay attention to them. Oh shit.
So, Tommy, where are you in your life at the moment with the
Well,
phases?
let's see. Actually, there was, and I did not expect this, but I feel like I'm identifying more with grounded. Because, like, as you were like talking about things like comfort and pride, like when thinking about myself, like recently, I have actually been feeling a lot of like comfort and pride. Like,
Cool.
I'm like really proud of me, which is something I definitely like was hesitant, if not like downright avoiding saying, like back in my religious days, because you're not supposed to be proud of yourself or or
Except
like
all the time you brag about what God is doing for you.
yeah, or even like in with
Daddy
the
special boy.
right, but only because daddy's special.
Which is what every good father says.
Yep, yep.
See,
Yeah,
wait,
that's why I
that's why they think Trump is a Christian. He does all the terrible things that they think God does that's amazing.
yeah, which that's why, like, again, this goes back to just how many different kinds of Christianity there are. And I would argue, like, the nicer versions of Christianity that we have today are the ones that are actually farther from what the Bible actually says, including the Jesus parts.
Yeah,
Because,
this
like,
is true. Yeah.
yeah, because, like, when all these, like, especially, like, more progressive Christians try to say, like, talk about Trump, it's like, oh, he is so like not Christ, like he's so not Christian. Like they'll point to things like, the racism, the sexism, the bigotry, the violent rhetoric, the hate speech, and like all that's like I don't know. Have you read the Bible? That's just kind of all over it. So maybe
Well, it
he's more
doesn't
Christian
matter.
than you are.
That doesn't matter. If Jesus isn't in it, it doesn't matter. It's all just
No, but even the Jesus stuff, sometimes Jesus was just a dick. You know, like
he did seem a little racist towards what you talking
yeah,
about.
essentially calling that Gentile woman a bitch, like just
Yeah.
because she wasn't Jewish,
He's like,
and
I'm the Jewish Messiah.
yeah, like literally called her a dog, but and then like in the because like even the part where he was
I'm an
talking about divorce,
ethnocentric Messiah, is
yeah,
what he said.
pretty much,
MAGA makes total
yeah,
sense now.
yeah, and then even like when he was talking about divorce, everyone like a lot of the Christians like to point to him talking about divorce as being like so progressive and stuff, and like, but no, like if you actually look at what he says, and I recommend look up Dr. Jennifer Bird. Like she's on YouTube. She's also like written at least a book about like marriage and stuff in the Bible. But yeah, Jennifer Bird, she does a great breakdown of like better than I can. So I'm not going to try. So yeah, look her up. Basically, in what Jesus is saying about divorce, he's still like completely affirming like the system of like women are property. Like that's still like the underpinning of everything he's saying about
He was
divorce.
accommodating the culture, Tommy.
So
He's really one of us,
yeah,
accommodating them.
right, right, right. But yeah, but back to me and how I'm feeling about
No,
me.
that does make sense because I think once you go through integrating it, when like your whole life kind of goes through the integrating phase, uh, I think you end up carrying that thinking with you forward, the integrating thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because would you say you have the? 'Cause I don't think you have the fears of losing control or clarity, do you? Or do you?
Um, I mean that things like control and clarity are things I think about a lot and like are.
But is it like your
Yeah,
world
but I
falls
don't know if I'd.
apart?
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd put it that I currently am afraid of losing those things. Yeah,
Yeah, I
but yeah, because I know clarity, especially like speaking of like learning more about myself and how I'm like haven't been diagnosed, but I'm basically just fine saying I'm autistic because I mean, of course I am. But I'm just finding, at least for me, like my flavor of autism, because what they say is like autism is a spectrum. It's not like it's different for everyone, or as I've heard it put, like if you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. I think that describes it very well. But knowing for me, yeah, like having like clarity on things is something that is like super crucial to me. Like whether it's like getting instructions like for my job, or this was one of the things that really like ended up turning me off to Christianity. Like when I left, because I was coming off like surviving cancer, thinking I was dying, and then I wasn't. Like whole world turned upside down, yada yada, all that. But I was like, I need clarity on things. But the thing I just kept getting from Christianity is like, oh, well, you can't expect answers. It's like it's a beautiful mystery, right? It's like no, it's just like this
with very specific punishments.
Yeah, if you get it wrong, yeah. Or maybe not. Who knows? That's part of the fun, right? Like, no, it's fucking not. But so
what if
yeah.
heaven is? What if heaven's really like hell, but we like it?
So it's like it's just being a bunch of sadists. Is that what that is?
What are there
Yeah.
some Christians who would end up in hell, but it's so in tune with how they lived their life that they like it and they think they're in heaven? I mean, because
well,
in that
I mean,
scenario, Satan's down there telling everybody he's God.
oh, for sure. I mean, that's kind of the way, like all the like the C.S. Lewis fanboys would explain it. How like, oh, everyone who's in hell wanted to be there anyway. Like the whole like it's locked from the inside bullshit. I'm like, yeah.
The Great Divorce story that he wrote is
Yeah.
really thought provoking, and there's still the question of whether or not the people know that rejecting other people in hell like prolongs their time there. The people who like live off by themselves, they end up they're just kind of going to be there forever.
Yeah.
But like you can get on the bus to heaven anytime you want. You just I forget what it was. It was really interesting because there were definitely fundamentalist aspects to it, and there were some parts that were really weren't.
Yeah, sorry, I just messaged Matt something real quick while
I recommend people read the Great Divorce. It's it's good. It's good fantasy.
Yeah, I may just have to get to a different. I will definitely have to be in a different place before I can like read C.S. Lewis and not just get pissed off at him the whole time. But so yeah, so
wait, I want to retract my recommendation because I read that when I was a progressive Christian, like in the beginning part of it. So I may not think the same thing about it now. Now that I bring that up,
yeah. So I guess if you're comfortable with it out there, try it out. no pressure.
I'm not gonna tell
Yeah,
somebody
something
not to
else I
read something.
wanted to. What's that?
I'm not gonna tell somebody not to read something.
Yeah. Yeah, something else I wanted to talk about tonight because we were talking about like the different phases. But like as I was looking through like these different stages, and speaking of this document, like I don't know if there's a way like you want to like post it like so like other people can read it as well, or if they're
Yeah.
interested. But
There's
yeah, I
something I
think
wanted
that'd
to
be
add to it because there was a section that a bowl at another time that I smoked
uh,
told me about another thing, and so there's a section I wanted to add about being the turning point uh, for society,
mm,
and so it kind of has to do with living out a secular version of the greatest commandment. Um,
mm.
yep.
Nice. So yeah, so yeah, so you asked me like where I kind of felt I was like, and as I'm scrolling through these six phases, like I feel like there's at least part of me that identifies with like all of them in some point. Like where I'm at right now, I guess like my
Hmm.
life is just like that kind of spirally at the moment. But yeah, but for some reason when you were describing grounded, it really hit me. I don't know if it like hit me more because of how much I actually related to it, or if it just surprised me how much I related to it. Because like if you were like without reading the descriptions, if you were to ask me, Tommy, do you feel grounded right now? I'd probably say that fuck no. But but then hearing like the descriptions of it, oh, that kind of does sound like where I'm kind of at. Which so that was kind of cool for me to like realize that. But how about you? Where would you say you
Um,
feel like you are with all these? Like so again to for people there's grounded, off balance, searching, becoming, retreating, integrating.
I think I am. I think I'm integrating, moving towards
Ooh,
grounded.
nice.
Um,
That's a fun place.
because I'm definitely moving into like more of a feeling of peace, which is kind of surprising me. Uh, with
Mm.
everything.
It's like
Um,
surprise, peace. Uh-huh.
also, just coming to terms with the idea that America has to fall apart as much as it needs to for us to rebuild it, and
Mm.
we're I don't I don't think we can rebuild it until it falls apart enough.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
because
it's
I
kind of
think
like
that's just where we are. I think that's our country has to fall apart. That's just where we are in the process.
mm.
Uh, not everybody was ready to integrate everything. And then some mega came to power and was like, I'll burn it all down.
Yeah,
It's
maybe that's why it was so appealing to a lot
like,
of
if I
people.
can't slow it down, I'll burn it down.
Yeah, yeah, fuck. Yeah.
But it's not going to work. It's just going to be terrible.
All
and
right,
then,
so
and then, people we're related to, were like, oh, that was bad. We're like, I
right,
know.
yeah.
Remember all those times where I was uncomfortable or try to tell you that? Like,
Yeah, but yeah, real quick, just
yes.
let me know when you're ready to like switch topics. There was something else on the whole stages that I wanted to talk to that wanted to discuss that was kind of related to this, but kind of not. But I want to make sure you're
Um,
saying your things first.
well, the approach encourage gentle influence. That's kind of what I've been focusing on in my meditation thinking time.
Mm,
How do I gently influence things? Because
yeah.
apparently, trying to really make anything better just pisses off enough people uh, that they want to burn it all down.
Mm, yeah. I mean, I guess yeah. For me, yeah. I guess for whatever reason, I'm just not really in a mood of like gentle influence. I feel like anytime I'm like engaging with something, like trying to like change it, whether it's like changing someone's mind or a situation, but I just don't,
So,
you know, for better or worse, good or bad, like most of the time, I just don't necessarily feel like being gentle about it. I mean, I still, again, depending on the situation, try to be, but my emotion is like, no, fuck all of this right now.
so
And
you're saying
yeah,
gentle in terms of like kind of emotional approach, right? Sort
maybe,
of.
or just, I feel like in a lot of like my interactions, like when I disagree with people, like it, and I've also like heard this feedback from people, but it, to me, it seems like I can be a little like harsh or um like not very nuanced. Like if I
I want to
like
say
if I,
acerbic, but I don't know if that means
no,
what
that
I.
could be, yeah, because like for me, like if I like disagree with someone, like I have to work hard to like try to figure out if I even can like a polite way to say it. Like there have been like so many conversations I've been having, like, or even if I'm like not having this, but just like listen to someone like express a certain idea, and so a lot of times I just really don't respond. This is mostly like online stuff, but
So
because I
acerbic
like my,
means.
my only response that I feel like I can make right now is that sounds dumb, so I just don't
No,
respond.
but there's a difference between.
Yeah.
So gentle doesn't need to mean delicate, because in my mind, like I'm
Hmm.
thinking in terms of strategy, like a gentle
Hmm.
strategy
Hmm.
or method. So like, so there's like quite a spectrum between like saying nothing and like forcing someone to do something.
Hmm.
uh,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
so I'm trying to figure out like how much can I push and still get a good result.
Yeah. But it just hit me like the irony for me is like part of what it means for me to be on the spectrum is I'm not very good at spectrums. So, yeah.
I'm good at realizing there's a spectrum. Nailing down
Mm.
where things are, uh, like each one of those stages. It's not like sometimes there can be like an abrupt transition, but it's more, yeah, it's more like a spectrum. It's like you can
Hmm.
be
Yeah.
mostly in one and in the other.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, but
The last thing I'll say on that is I think
mhm.
what I'm kind of getting a sense of now is keeping a focus on integrating when you're in each phase. Like the
Mm.
goal is integrating, and sometimes you'll be like in a grounded phase, off balance or searching, or you know what I mean. But
Mhm.
like when you're in that, realize that the way through it is to figure out how to add it to your life because it's part of your life.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
accept it. Where does that go now that it's a thing?
Nice. Yeah. But yeah, so if you're ready to kind of like shift topic a little bit, um,
Mhm.
one thing I was thinking about, just in the concept, whether it's these phases or just like any kind of um, change or transition you go through in life, something that I've more like realized, like that I need to, like I've realized that I need to work on trying to do, like so many layers in this, but um,
We need to have a meeting about a meeting.
yeah, yeah, right. Um, where I'll announce when I'm making an announcement about the announcement. But just the something that I find with myself is as soon as I realize or understand that there is like an ideal like way of doing or approaching or being like in something, it's like I just want to be that thing,
Mhm. Yep.
but not appreciating enough. just where I am, like on my way to that, and like the journey. So like, one example. So still, I guess consider myself like relatively newly atheist. It's been about like 3.5 years now, but and
Well, you're pretty good at it already.
yeah, I totally don't believe in any gods. Like I've got that part nailed down. Um, Now, according to like Father Casey, who we listened to several weeks ago, I don't know if he would consider me a good atheist, but I also kind of don't give a shit because his standards were kind of fucking stupid.
I
But
just want to be like, how would you know? First of all,
yeah, come on. If it takes one to know one, are you really an atheist?
I
But
mean, didn't you like spend years studying something that doesn't tell you anything about being a good atheist?
like you've literally dedicated your life to it.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of an expert.
Yeah, to the point where you're willing to have no sex about it. And like
This is so cool. No sex forever. Said no one
it's
ever.
like nothing is that cool. Trust me.
Well,
But
something is that cool. I think it's usually a reason to have sex.
yeah, it's like I think the only thing that is that cool is sex, but ironically enough. But anyway, but speaking of which, hey, I'm single. If anyone's interested, it's been a while. But
Father Casey just winked from a distance.
well, I am suddenly not in the mood anymore. Never mind, everybody. But fuck, where was I going with all this?
I knew that would do something funny.
Yeah. So I don't remember where I was then, but I remember where I was trying to get to earlier. So I'll just go there. So yeah, relatively new with like the atheism thing, but
Sorry, when you said sorry, I don't know where I was in my head. I followed up my other comments. I was like, Father Casey knows where you should be. Okay.
Fuck, damn it, Matt. All right. All right. So yeah. Speaking of, like, so transitions and like where I'm at now, still feeling like I'm relatively new at like atheism, and still feeling like I identify a lot with like the new atheist movement, but also apparently finding out now that's kind of like no longer really like in vogue. It seems like a lot of people, I think we're kind of past the whole like new atheism thing. It's like, oh damn it, I just got here. But
we did show up kind of late to that party.
Yeah, but so that's like just one example of like how I've been thinking about, because people talk about like different phases you go through like in your deconversion and like atheism, like there's like just like they're really just angry at all the religion-y things, to like some people kind of getting to a point where like, okay, I understand religion and like see its place, so like I still don't believe in any of it, but I'm not as antagonistic towards it, or at least not all of it in general, maybe just a little more focused and stuff. But so I'm looking at like all these places that I'm seeing like other people who have been atheists for like a lot longer and like have kind of like shifted and like transitioned to like these different phases and different ways of thinking about it, and thinking like, oh crap, like do I need to be there? But then thinking like, okay, even if that is like kind of where I'm going or where I may end up, it's like, it's okay if I'm not there right now. Like I can just be like where I am right now and just being honest with myself with what I'm thinking. Yeah. So it's like, so it's like knowing, so because like before, like as soon as I knew there was like a better place like for me to be or that I was going to, it's like, okay, I just want to skip to that right now. Like, but I'd be like, no, it's okay. Like, or it's even okay if I don't even end up there at some point. It's like, whatever. But just being more,
as you go.
Yeah, but just being comfortable with where I am and not feeling like this has to be a landing spot. That what is something else I've talked about, like why it was a while before I really even felt comfortable saying I'm an atheist, just knowing like historically how often and how regularly and frequently I've like changed my views on things. I almost just didn't want to say it because knowing like who knows where I'll be in like another few years, and I'm just going to have to like take all that back. But just getting to the point where like no, I mean if this is where I'm at now, this is where I'm at now. So I should be fine just saying okay, yeah, this may change like tomorrow, but right now I'm an atheist. So yeah, but there are cheap viewers on Streamboo. Speaking of links not to click,
Messy Yoke said that.
more people. It seems like all Twitch has been good for us recently is just bots. But hey,
Messy Yoke sounds like a lesbian sex position. Anyway.
So, but speaking of being comfortable where you're at, somehow, yeah. So whether it's like with the atheism or just like anywhere in life, just being like, hey, where I'm at's where I'm at. Like it's okay, even if you know that it's not a place you want to stay forever. It's not necessarily bad to just like embrace what it is. I mean, obviously, unless it's something that's like too like toxic of a place for you to be, something you definitely need to move on from. Like if you're like a Nazi, like please don't embrace that present part of your life right now. That would be good if you didn't do that. But
grandma but just a bunch of Nazis pretty soon. So
I'm here for it. But yeah,
like your system real fast.
Yeah. But just when it comes to just like being comfortable with like shifting your beliefs or like points of view or just different things about life, like, even just like, to get a little more personal about myself, people know like, separated from my wife, and I haven't really thought too much about like whether I'm interested in seeking other relationships, but it's like currently, like at the moment, I'm not in a place where I want to do that right now, but like I've just been trying to like not get too obsessed about, well, what am I going to want to do eventually? And like, just be like, focus on that. Just be like, oh, right now, just not something I want to do. So I'm just going to be there for right now. Yeah. Again, might change my mind on it tomorrow, but I'll focus on that when that happens. But
yeah, there's a good chance your view of where you will be or should be at a certain point will change between now and then. So
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that whole like just being where you are, I guess?
For example, MAGA people can only, I know this from firsthand, like they literally can only hear up to a certain point. There's a point where they just like it's like you've said nothing to them. Like it just does not comport to their reality so much. But then again, like ripping on them on Facebook chat is just fun.
Right. Yeah.
I like to try to get to the point where I can pull to stop hitting yourself.
That seems so applicable so many times.
Some people get there so quickly. They're like, you are not arguing in favor of your point. You're like, I think you're helping me.
Yeah. Now, I just want to throw this out there real quick, not to like derail you, even though I probably already have. So for just to get like a quick little preview of the second drink segment, we're going to be going back and watching Braxton Hunter's 10 Questions for Atheists video.
Going more in depth.
Yeah, so please look forward to that. But I also I wanted to throw a special invite out there, Jimmy, if you're still watching. If you would like to jump on and join us, let me know. Like, just leave a comment whether or not you're interested. I don't know if you're still watching or not, but if you are, because if not, like, if anyone else watching wants to join us in reacting to the video, but I wanted to give Jimmy like first shot, if he's still out there. But if not, that's cool. We'll react to it anyway. But yeah,
I might
Just
have
so you're
bought a girly lighter.
yeah,
I mean, it looks kind of cool, but
yeah.
also
It's
the
an owl.
colors. The colors is like it's a little bit Lisa Frank. Maybe that's why I liked it. Remember the binders, the Trapper Keepers, the Lisa Frank.
Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. I was a Trapper Keeper kid.
Yeah, it was like a '90s Supplosion on the cover of it.
Yep. It was good times. So
Right before Desert Storm.
well, Desert Storm was late '80s.
Was it?
Yeah.
Shit.
I
That
think.
was junior high, wasn't it? For me. You wouldn't know that.
See,
I was in first grade.
second grade. Yeah, so for me, let's see. Kindergarten was 88. First grade was 89. So yeah, second grade was 90s. Okay. So yeah, it was 90s. Yeah, never mind.
Did you guys do like curriculum stuff in school that was focused on Desert Storm propaganda?
I don't remember that. I do. I just remember like every once in a while we would just like watch news updates about the war. That's all I really remember.
So we definitely like did things in class involving yellow ribbons and all that like shit in several classes. But that was in a conservative area, former farm country, Milford, Ohio.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Good old Milliford.
People from Deer Park called Milford people Hicks when we were moving there, and I was like, don't know how to break it to you. Y'all also Hicks.
Y'all so.
Y'all so Hicks. Said the boy who grew up in Deer Park.
Man.
It's like you're the same people. You just have more concrete here.
Slightly more, yeah. Houses are just a little closer together. That's about it. Yeah. Well, I'm not hearing from Jimmy, but yeah, but if anyone else, like if they're interested in helping us react to the video, yeah, let me know in the comments and I'll throw the link out for you. But I'm just not gonna just throw it out there all willy nilly if no one's gonna bite.
Neither willy nor nilly.
Maybe Millie. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, but before we get to the video, any other thoughts you had on the first string topic?
What?
Any other thoughts you had on the first string topic? Because like my first string's about out. So
no, just what I really like about it. I always say no and then yes, like the Bible. I like how it seems to be usable in a lot of situations. The trick would be to get to really see if it's useful for me to use like in a bunch of situations. Would be to kind of like have like a working knowledge of what kind of angles to take, because in a conversation, like for that person, as the topic changes, where they are with that topic can change. And just kind of like being able to utilize on the fly. Okay, if I want this to go well for both of us as far as like growing in some way, here's an angle to take. Because that's what I want to do, and it'd be nice if I can get to a point where it's fluid. Because when we were in the prayer tent with MASH, it was really nice being autistic, having a framework to fall back on for the interaction.
Yeah.
It's like, I forgot how people can be a Christian. Yeah. What do I do? And then so then there was always a next step, or like follow the framework, and you gotta like confess and then forgive and then cast it out and call in the spirit. Gotta call in the spirit because if you cast it out, don't call in the spirit. There's gonna be 7 times the number
He's
of
got to do
demons.
like the whole they got to do the Indiana Jones thing, like you
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it was. There was always that tension of like, does it weigh enough?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you do a praise be at the end, which is a reference to Handmaid's Tale. All the handmaids would say praise be, which was like kind of like, but they would say it with a tone of like they're really saying "suck it, Whitey."
That just makes me think of Dark Souls and the whole like praise the sun. No, but
that's what we did. I think that's what ancient people did.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, but for anyone out there who's familiar with Dark Souls, like, no, it's time for the Age of Dark, the Age of Mad. But yeah, anyway, as much as I love Solaire, it just poor misguided Solaire. Anyway,
that made me think of funky dance metal for some reason.
Oh. Well, okay. All right. Well, are you? I mean, I'm ready for like literal second drink.
Literal.
Yeah. All right. So in my second beer in my Jackie O's hazy IPA comparison, this is Sea Foam, but SEE foam. Even though it still like has very much a like sea and like nautical theme to the can, it's just Sea Foam. I'm like, okay. So yeah, another hazy IPA. From what I remember, it's pretty similar, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, just from right off the bat, I mean, the appearance of it is like the exact same, just like pale yellow, slightly hazy. Very foamy though, just like the name says.
You guys see the foam?
Mm-hmm. See the foam? See it. Yeah,
a lot of head. She said.
I wish. What? So
she didn't say too much, Ed. Just said there was a lot.
Okay, fair enough. All right. What do you got for your
same thing?
There. Oh,
last week I got a bunch of like 6 individual different ones, and I
doubling up on the Imperials. Bold move. See it works out. See if it works out for him, Cotton.
Well, I got old man drinking strength.
It's true.
As I got older, maybe it's because I got bigger. I'm not really sure.
But I'm having like the opposite effect. Like I've noticed, like for most of my adult life, it's like most of the time, like 2, maybe even 3, like totally comfortable. But like now, it's like if I have more than 2, like I'm probably not feeling great the next day. It's like basically for me, like 3 is the new 4 or 5. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think depending what it is, I can't have 4. Not all in an evening. Well, that's not true. I have done that.
Yeah.
I've had 4 pints before when we went out.
Right. I've been there.
But the first half of the next day, I'm usually catching up on water, that kind of thing.
Yeah. But that's just old people. Yeah. But still, like with whiskey, it still seems like my tolerance is pretty high. Like I have to have a lot of whiskey before I actually feel like shit the next day. It seems like that doesn't get to me as much. Even like while I'm drinking, it seems like it takes more to actually get me buzzed or even drunk. But yeah, maybe it's because like of how Scottish I am. I'm just like, whiskey. It's just like water. Which also, fun fact, the word whiskey actually comes from a Gaelic word that just means water of life. So That explains why.
I'll show the brassy goodness again.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Can we get an eye in there? No, but that's
Ooh.
kind of trippy.
Yeah, but I think maybe if you didn't also have your glasses, you might see your eye because that's like double lens. It might be a little too much.
That's a good point.
It is. Yeah, but then this is just hazy. So opposite. So all right, let's see if I can remember the taste of the other one enough. See how I compare with this one. This one's maybe a little lighter and sweeter, like a little juicier. Like, yeah.
You said juicier when you're going like this. I'm like, you're like rolling a nipple. What are you doing?
No, this is just something my fingers do a lot. Like even when you're not looking, that's what they're doing down there.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
that's a stimming thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm basically my fingers are like always doing something. Whether it's like, all right, sliding the fingernails on this hand into like those creases on that one. Okay, now alternate. And now my thumbs are feeling left out. Oh, but now I gotta go like on the outside. I'm literally doing that just like.
Do you
all the
ever
time.
push your fingernail underneath a nail on the other hand?
Not much because that like freaks me out too much to do.
Well, it hurts, right? But my brain also likes it.
Yeah, I can relate to some other things like that, but yeah, the other fingernail thing, that's too much for me, man. So, all right. So speaking of second drink, so if people remember, this is probably a couple weeks ago now. We just kind of, I don't know, a little more lightly reacted to this video from Braxton Hunter. People know he's a YouTube apologist. Trying to remember
Seems like
what's
a
the
decent
name.
guy until his faith gets in the way.
Yeah, what's the name of like he's on like Trinity Radio, I think is
gross.
Yeah.
Isn't that a Catholic radio thing? Sounds like it.
I don't know if he's Catholic or not, but he made a video 10 questions for atheists. Like we started getting into it, but then like I think before long we were both like, okay, this may require a more because that was like not the first video we watched that night. I think we were watching a few. We were like, okay, this seems like something that's going to need its own like dedicated time to get more in depth on. So figured let's do that tonight. So are you ready, Matt?
I'm ready.
All right. So here it is doing the loady load thing. So all right. I'm going to hit play on the button and let's go.
The worldview discussions space can be so combative. And when atheists and Christians come up with lists of questions that they don't think the other side can answer, those questions usually aren't genuine. I've never made a list like that, although I've responded to some. Here I
thought was like, I've never been disingenuine. Like, that's, yeah. Nah.
It looks like a toe.
Man, just going right in with the hard-hitting analysis right there. I love it.
That was the first thing that caught my attention.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a toe wearing somebody else's shirt.
Yeah, which I mean...
No, I know. That's just...
fair enough.
No, I'm just irritated because my eyes go right to the wrinkle on his shoulder, and I'm mad at the wrinkle because it's distracting me. Right. And so I make it sound like it's his fault. That's what my family does because we're healthy that way. I didn't do something wrong. You're just an idiot.
Healthy.
Yeah. So he's kind of, what do you call that when it's the opposite of poisoning the well, like where you make yourself sound amazing from the beginning. So there's like a little bit of that happening. A little subtext.
Yeah. All right. Well, like I said, I haven't seen too much of this guy's stuff to know, but yeah, to me that just kind of struck me like, no, I haven't done that. It's like, okay.
Take your word for it.
Yep. All right. So let's see if he's doing it now, though.
I hope my atheist interlocutors will consider these questions deeply without giving glib answers. These aren't meant to be.
Well, hope in one hand, shit in the other, dude. I'll be glib if I fucking want. But, yeah. Now, like, from what I remember, like, I think we did have some pretty... I think it was a mix of, like, deep, thoughtful, and glib. Like, where we thought
Well,
it was
because
deserved.
we're those kind of people where if you, like, don't tell me not to do something, like, we're going to...
Yeah. Oh, like pathological demand avoidance, which I also found out is a thing that I was great at before I knew was a thing.
Yeah. I just thought other people had lots of problems. Turns out I was having problems.
Now, to be fair, those other people have problems too.
Sure. No, yeah. But, like, I know why they looked at me weird.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now
All
I
right.
know.
And knowing is half the battle.
To be gotcha questions, though I'm not asking for no reason. I expect you will have answers, and I want to hear what the most sincere among you have to say.
The most
You can't-
sincere. The rest of you, fuck off.
But you can't hear me, Braxton. Like, if you want to come on the show and hear my answers, that'd be great. But
He's giving some
Yeah.
serious sass right now with that expression.
Sorry, dude.
With that, here are my 10 questions for atheists.
Hey, that's us. Oh yeah, and just to warn you, that little logo thing is between every single fucking question. So buckle up for that.
Well, he bought the hell out of that little transition jingle, so he's going to use it.
Fair enough. It's,
I mean, we did that for our song.
What facts about reality that you and I agree are real facts about the way the world is does your worldview account for, but my Christianity doesn't account for, or at least doesn't account for well? And for those of you...
All right. I didn't catch it last time, but I caught it this time, that you and I both agree are facts about how the world is. So, like, we couldn't use evolution if you don't agree that that's a fact about how things is.
Yeah. And it's like, it seems like he is being like so specific with how he's wording this, which can be a good thing. But in this case, it's almost like it's almost like whether he's like doing this consciously or not,
Mhm.
or whether he really even is doing it. But to me, like, that sounds like almost like a tactic to whether it's actually going all the way to trying to like control what the answer is, or at least like eliminate possibilities of answers that you feel like you don't have a response for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that is the effect. He may have been trying to go for, just to kind of steelman him a little bit. He may have been going for trying to make it a workable prompt with as much clarification as possible to avoid like veering off into unproductive directions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because a lot of
fair
times Christians will say something, ask like a pretty vague question that they think only has like one answer. But then if you're not them and you have other perspectives in mind, it's not as simple as they think. So you have to ask clarifying questions, and they think you're trying to be obtuse or something.
Right. Yeah.
Like, no, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah. For real. Yeah. So, all right. So let's just want to like back him up a little bit to make sure we get this full question.
My Christianity doesn't account for, or at least doesn't account
Sorry.
facts about the way the world is.
I'm good.
About reality that you and I agree are real facts about the way the world is. Does your worldview account for, but my Christianity doesn't account for, or at least doesn't account for well? And for those of you that...
Okay, so that's like where he throws it. At least doesn't count for well. That's another thing. Like depends. Like, what do you mean by well? Because
he's told
also
one
like,
thing they do, even though he's trying not to.
Yeah, because also it's like okay, like, and also if what he means by account for well is like, okay, because if in his mind account for well just means that if this explanation is true, then it accounts for everything. Like that's one thing. But then there's also the step of, okay, but how can you demonstrate that that explanation actually is true? Because if I want to come up with an explanation for something, I can just make up whatever the hell I want that would completely explain it.
Yeah.
But if I have zero evidence and I have no way to actually demonstrate that my explanation is actually true, then does it really explain it?
But maybe not. But then you have a theology.
Which we replace the word theology with just the word lore.
It's really well written lore. I mean, it's pretty internally consistent in that it
because
is.
because there have been so many times where whether it's me or I'm hearing like other non-believers or atheists like express their problems with why Christianity doesn't make sense or like issues they have with it or why they don't believe, and so many times the Christians will respond with, well, this just shows you just don't understand the theology. It's like, to me, like that's almost like saying, well, you just don't understand like what role midichlorians play in the whole like Star Wars universe. It's like, okay.
I think theology is something that the Gentiles developed because they didn't know how to Jewy. Like,
I would love to hear like an actual like scholarly paper written on that very topic.
no, because all right, because the whole like midrash tradition in Judaism, where like they do really wrestle with scripture, and they're like, yeah, it says two different things, and the whole point is to figure out why both of those things are valuable.
Mm-hmm.
We assume it's valuable because we kept it around for so long, so it must be sunk cost fallacy. Also, like we have thought this is worthwhile to reflect on for generations. So like we can't all be stupid in succession. So I mean, probably not.
Right.
So like Jewish theology is different than Christian theology. Christian theology is like trying to find the thread that like weaves through the whole thing to make it like one consistent fact driven thing. At least fundamentalism is. And that's not how like the mystical traditions in religion is where a lot of revelation comes from for that religion. And Christianity has kind of turned its back on that and tried to turn it into a science. Which is just all kinds of broken.
Yeah.
Because there's no single definitive answer about anything. I mean,
yeah, seems like it. Yeah, but
that's a little side quest to do. Is there anything that isn't contradicted in the Bible? Because if there isn't, that might be the one truth. It's probably like Balaam's ass. It's probably something about that. That's the one truth. The universe is up Balaam. No, the universe is Balaam's ass.
I mean, makes about as much sense as anything else in there, I guess. But yeah, so to me, like speaking of like science and all that,
I just had a great idea.
Ooh,
if we start from like do like a day one, okay, from like here forward, I'm going to develop a theology that works with the events of today, and then like every subsequent day, maybe I'll have ChatGPT do that.
Ooh,
that would be interesting.
Yeah,
I want to do that. I want to do that because you can't do it in real life because we ain't got the time.
Right.
We got messiahs and martyrs and the whole thing. It's illegal to people.
And
really.
And go gadget executive dysfunction. So all over the place.
Well, Jeepers will give you a whole plan on how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If it ain't hurting people, it'll tell you how to do it.
Right. Yeah. So, okay. So here to me is the irony of saying that your religion like explains something well. When, if you look back in human history, it almost seems like religion and like all this like supernatural and like God and gods like talk, it was all for when we couldn't explain stuff
Mhm.
and just wanted to make up a story to try to make it make sense. So it was like, so he's trying to say his worldview totally accounts for everything when his worldview literally was born out of, we can't account for this shit. So what stories can we write? You know, is that making sense?
Yeah.
Right. So my worldview, which I think he was gonna like, that's the thing he's getting into next, was more talking about like atheism and how it is or isn't a worldview, or what ways it is or isn't. So I'll let him go a little more here.
Of you that would point out atheism isn't a worldview. I'm talking about your worldview that includes atheism. I can't think of any. Christianity accounts for evil, suffering, the existence of other.
Okay, okay. Before he actually gets into the list there, okay, so he is saying just your specific worldview, and this is something we pointed out last time when we were going over this. Like, I appreciated how he recognizes that atheism in and of itself is not a worldview, but can be an aspect of a world. So, like, my worldview is atheistic in that whatever view I have of the world doesn't include any belief in any gods. But just the fact that it's atheistic doesn't actually inform you on what any it is, what any of the other parts of my worldview are. One analogy I like to use, like to try to explain like what atheism like really means or doesn't mean, as far as like what it explains or doesn't, is like the term alien. Like, not necessarily like extraterrestrial, but we talk about people from another country like as aliens or whatever. Because like, if you just say someone is an alien, like literally all that tells you about that person is they're not from here. It doesn't tell you anything about where they are from, anything about what they are like, or anything else. All it says is not from here. So to me, like, that's, yeah, just kind of how I think of atheism, is just all, like, if I tell you that I'm an atheist, literally all that tells you is I don't believe in any gods. Like, that is it. Like, now there are a lot of things that are common to atheism. Like, a lot of atheists will also believe or not believe certain other things, but yeah, but just saying I'm an atheist, literally all that tells you is I don't believe in any gods, period. So yeah, so I like that he recognizes that aspect. Now when it comes to like my worldview that I do have, or at least I'm trying to have, because again, like, relatively new, like coming off the whole like Christianity and religion and all that kind of worldview. It's like I've basically been trying to, combination of like trying to rebuild it, but then also recognizing areas where I really can't rebuild it, or at least not in the same way. Like the kinds of questions that I thought I had answers for, now it's not. Yeah, it's been kind of a mix of finding new answers, but also finding places where we just really, if we're honest with ourselves, really don't have answers. So I think that may be, because from what I remember when we were going over this video before, it's like he's like, the way he's like introing all this and like setting it all up, like it sounds like a very nice, like non-combative, like very conversational, like genuine, like wanting to know where we're at kind of thing. But still, with so many of these, they're just, again, whether he means it or not, like I said, I'm not too familiar with Braxton to really know like much of his character or whatever. But it seems like with a lot of these questions, there is kind of an underlying, it's like, I don't want to call, I'm not saying that these are like gotcha questions, but it seems like the way he's asking them is almost like kind of implying that I don't even know how to say it, but like in this instance, like he said, like, well, my worldview accounts for it, and I think he even like just now just literally said, like, I can't think of anything where your worldview accounts for that mine doesn't. So it's like, yeah, I don't remember where I was wanting to land that thought, but there it is.
I think I know kind of what you're going for. It feels like,
Cool.
even though these aren't gotcha questions, he kind of hopes he can play gotcha.
Yeah, or like it just seems like there's this kind of underlying premise that, which again, this is kind of what apologetics is really for. It's for people who are already believers, just wanting to feel more comfortable in their belief. So it's almost like he's setting these up. It's like, yeah, these atheists aren't going to have good answers for these. Don't worry, you know.
It also kind of feels like
Yeah.
this is more of a note on just like how he's doing this. This seems very prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes it harder to trust him when he says these aren't gotcha questions, because they're so prepared. So it robs some of the genuineness that I think he's trying to get across. Because this comes across like he very possibly did many takes of this.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, but I just wonder, like, just how much of that is just so inherent in apologetics in general that like things like that just become,
or pastors in general,
like,
especially.
yeah, you almost just do it. Like, you're not consciously doing it, but it just is so a part of what it means to do stuff like this that that's just what ends up happening.
I mean,
Whether you mean to
fundamentalist
it or not.
Christianity, especially the evangelical kind, is focused on selling you something, and so I naturally, and part of it's baggage, mega church baggage, where where when something is so polished and it feels like a presentation, I'm more aware of that now than I was at the time. What shattered that delusion for me was staying after service and hearing the next service start, and the things that were like moments for me in like whatever he was saying, and I'm like, it's the same shit. Like the same inflection. Like that wasn't genuine at all. It might be really genuine, but like how he's saying it is a performance.
Oh, for sure. Like, yeah.
So that isn't genuine. The sentiment behind it might be genuine, but that isn't genuine.
Yeah.
I just felt gross. I was like, oh, I was in the part of the assembly line before this. Like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I was just like kind of became like more acutely aware of such stuff like that when I was volunteering like for the sound team.
Yeah.
So I would like literally like be sitting in and hearing like all 5 services like all weekend, like from Saturday to Sunday. I mean, like, yeah.
And you're like, that was a bad joke. That wasn't a good joke.
First time. Why is he?
Why
is he doing it again? Yeah.
And then it happened again. I'm like, you ruined it.
Right. All right. So
we're still on one.
Yeah. So I want to let him go a little farther just to see if it's like this. For what I remember, this was one of the points where I had like so many thoughts. But yeah, I'll just let him.
I want to point out like
your world.
The cults thing in the background is throwing me off.
Yeah, that
I want to find out what that is. Also, the pink triangle.
Oh.
I think that direction. No, I don't know. The pink triangle, depending on who uses it, is either like a Nazi anti-queer thing, or I think it can also be like a queer pride thing. It's kind of like the N word.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
depending who uses it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So it's like I said, we can't tell what exactly that is. Maybe it's just a sign for some
No, just the
product or company.
thematic juxtaposition is
Yeah.
throwing me off.
Yeah. It's something. Yeah.
Worldview that includes atheism. I can't think of any. Christianity accounts for evil, suffering, the existence of other religions, including supernatural events in those other religions, science, and differences among different denominations of Christianity.
Again, this depends what he means by accounts for, which
And science?
like
Usually
and
not.
yeah. What that's something I want to do an episode on sometime soon, is just like whole like faith versus science thing. That's something that we've kind of like touched on like kind of tangentially with other topics, but something I really want to like dig more in on, just because like one of the defenses that like Christians will use, like when people try to say, well, science like contradicts the Bible, and they're like, oh, but the Bible isn't a science textbook, and like, well, okay, but it still makes claims about reality that you can refute with science. So it's like I could just be like telling a story, so like, and in my story it involves, oh yeah, and then there was like a wombat just living on the moon. And but like science will say, okay, that's impossible. Like wombats can't survive on the moon. Like, well, it's just a story. It's not I'm not trying to write a science textbook. You can't say I'm wrong. Like, no, but like we can still literally say that that's impossible. It's like it doesn't matter what I'm. Yeah. Anyway, that's just one aspect of that whole conversation.
Yeah.
But this whole, but when he says like it accounts for these things, again, like I wish I knew like what do you actually mean by that? Because it's like, okay, you made up a story, and according to your story you have an answer. Like, okay, cool, like literally cool story, bro. Like now prove to me that that's actually a true story.
I know, but your story would have an explanation for it, wouldn't it? Like if this is something that people have held on to for a couple thousand years, it would have explanatory power up to a point. Like that, just people would hold on to the ideas that comported with their reality enough. So whether it's true or it's constructed by people over time to explain reality, both of those things would still have overlap with reality. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kept it around for so long.
Right? Yeah, but I think it's.
So my point is, doesn't mean that it is accurate. It just means that like it's been honed over time.
Yeah, or it's like a God of the gaps thing. Like until we actually do find out like what the real, or at least as far as we can figure, like real reason behind something. Like, but it's just still that like so. I think one of the things he mentioned was like the problem of evil or suffering or whatever. He's like Christianity accounts for that. And it's like, but like every answer that I've heard like from Christianity, like for the problem of evil, like it sucks. It's like, and it's almost like, because this is another thing I see a lot in apologetics. It seems like they think it's a weakness for any other kind of belief system or worldview to say, well, I don't know. Whereas, like,
you don't know, your story is not good enough.
Yeah, so it's like no, but the thing is, like, if we actually don't have a good answer, then the honest thing is to say we don't know. But they think that they somehow win because, like, well, we made up an answer, that means we win. It's like,
well, if their faith is stuck in like a grounded phase, then anything that threatens the stability of that belief, like in order for that to be something that people can like ground their lives on, it can't change. And so anything that, and if your whole like mental and emotional well-being is based on the usefulness and the truthfulness of the stuff that faith is based on, then anything that challenges it threatens to like tear it all down.
Mm-hmm.
Threatens that stability that faith thrives on.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes sense, like why a lot of this faith stuff now seems like cosplay, because it's people longing for like a past thing that just isn't around anymore. Like we have moved beyond it. And so it's like pretend time, like holding on to these old things that, because where we really are, dude, people aren't ready. Okay, I watched, there's this privately owned company called Sky something. Damn it, I forgot the name of it. Sky something. It's all a bunch of military guys who used to be involved in attracting UAP and retrieving the UAP, all coming together after they've left the service. And because the UFOs and stuff aren't owned by the government, like if you know how, there's a loophole where they can use some of the stuff they learned in the service to attract these things. Because as long as they don't reveal any sources and methods, and like it can't be proven that they used military sources and methods, because a lot of it is internal in people's minds through meditation and stuff. This all sounds super wacky, but like,
yes,
they're literally working on attracting things, and they have. And there's this thing in California where the day before a major UFO sighting outbreak happened, and the FAA actually closed airspace around where they were working to attract things. They actually didn't have very many come that day, those 3 days. And then like the following week, there was so much UFO traffic that they had to close the airspace, and that's all documented. But the videos of some of these things, and their whole goal is to attract enough funding that they can get one to land, but they don't want to do it if they don't have the ability to retrieve it. Because if they don't have the ability to retrieve it and protect it while they're trying to retrieve it, then the U.S. military will come in and shoot people. Because that's what they used to do.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff is going to happen where people are like, hey, there's a metallic purple silvery jellyfish thing in the sky that's pulsating with like light and energy from top to bottom over and over again. That's a thing that's happening. Like, Iron Age holy books they can't help you with that. And these craft are controlled and like powered sort of a little bit by consciousness. If that's true, then consciousness shapes reality and is super a part of reality. And like, MAGA still has a problem with gay people.
Get on our level.
I mean, like 3,000 years of progress is just slamming into him right now.
Yeah, if you're trying to live like in the modern world, like with the Bible, you're gonna have a bad time. That's just all there is to it. But, but yeah, but like back to like what Braxton is saying here, like, yeah, it seems like he just has a very different definition of accounts for well than most people.
I don't think his accounts for well includes evidence. I think it is mostly explanatory power.
Yeah, but yeah, as we say, like to bring science back into it, to compare it to the scientific method, it's almost like to him, like, well, just as long as you have a hypothesis, then that's good enough. That's all you need. Because also conveniently with everything like regarding like Christianity and faith, it's like, well, you can't test it or prove it. And so it's like, all right, so you just come up with a hypothesis, declare it untestable, and therefore you haven't disproven it. So that means it's correct, and you don't have a better answer. So therefore we win. It's like, wow. It's like you suck at everything.
It's like, wait, so saying that you don't know loses to pretending you know?
Essentially, yeah. That's what this is. So let's let him continue. Like, let's let him finish question 1.
But I can think of many things that the most common worldviews that include atheism don't answer as well as I think Christianity does. Like universal supernatural claims, universal religious experiences, free will, morality, near-death experiences, beauty, the rapid expansion of the early church, the events surrounding the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth, and our shared longing for purpose.
Okay.
It was like a Gish flood there for a second.
Yeah, but the things that like stuck out to me was like, the rapid expansion of the early church and like the events surrounding like Jesus is like
Morality, like
like
I think I know where you're going.
yeah, but it's like specifically the stuff about Jesus, and like this is like one of the big apologists. Like, well, why did like so many of his followers claim to like that they saw him risen again, and like he appeared to them, and like it's like, I mean, if you're familiar, and this is something I like to harp on a lot, just because it's something I learned about recently, so of course I'm obsessed with it. But from the work of like people like Dr. Richard C. Miller or Dennis McDonald, it's like so many of those stories written about Jesus, especially the stuff like the post death like appearances and like the ascension and like all this stuff, like those are like straight out of like Greek translation fables and like Roman cultic myths. It's like when you had a person that you like were just really obsessed with, and you're like, oh, this person is awesome. We want to essentially like deify, like give them like demigod or godlike status. Like that's just what you did. You said like after they died, you would come up with these stories. It's like, oh, and then they appeared to me. Oh, and the body disappeared, but then they ascended to heaven, and like all this stuff. It's like people were like literally like at the funerals of Caesars. People would come forward and say, oh yeah, Caesar, like he appeared to me the other day, like after he died, like in the town or whatever. It's like natural explanations totally explain like what Jesus's disciples said about him after he died. It's
several people in my extended family have sensed the presence of my grandma when a certain kind of butterfly is around. Like, I don't know what that means. It just means that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like the reasons for that, like why because she liked that certain kind of butterfly. And so like that's a reminder of the memory, kind of like the lighting in the butterfly, like my grandma did, kind of, kind of like, so in like a real and figurative way, that's, you're kind of empathizing with that person's experience, which happens a lot when reading the Bible.
Yeah.
But also, just because a story says it happened doesn't mean it happened. I feel like that's like a step we're skipping over.
Yeah. Which again, like he's like, well, we have an answer. It's like, never mind if it's actually true or we can demonstrate it all. Like we have an answer, but you don't. It's like, well, it's because like our side is the ones being like intellectually honest enough to say like we don't have an answer. Like, yeah, we're still trying to figure it out. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But
it's fake news.
Yeah.
The gospel is fake news.
Right? Yeah, it seems like his approach is like, well, if you can't come up with an answer, you just lose, and that's really all there is to it.
Wait, does that explain Fox News? Like they just want good. They just want good news, and so like if it's all bad, they just make it good, and then Donald Trump is like, I'm the best thing ever. And just
Yeah. All right. Well, we're still on question 1, so we should probably keep going.
Purpose and meaning. So, what is it that Christianity doesn't answer as well as your worldview?
I mean,
creation.
it depends. Like, if I mean, by my standard, a wrong answer is worse than no answer. So then I would say,
Yeah.
like, literally everything Christianity does not explain as well as my worldview.
Right, because if an atheist like makes something up and decides it's real, then they're a bad atheist.
Right? Yeah, which would make Father Casey sad, and so all right. Well, let's.
Okay, but like, not really a question necessarily to answer right now, but just something to think about. Like, so what am I if I think that things like gods exist but aren't gods? But our experience of them, because they're like beyond us, whatever it is, like it feels like it's a god. Like even if these things are not like gods, right? And we know they're not gods, it's still gonna feel like they're gods to us in a little bit, in a way. So it's kind of like I believe gods exist, but they're not what we think they are.
Well, I guess I know you said you didn't want an answer, but like my answer to your question, like, what does that make you? That makes you Matt.
You're the second person to tell me that. My cousin told me that, and I'm like, I don't know what I am, because he used to be like super Catholic, and then he had like 2 or 3 LGBTQ kids, and then he was like, well, my kids are the best thing ever, so that must suck.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah, I don't know what that makes me. And he goes, I think it makes you mad. And I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate you saying that.
Oh, you're really welcome.
I think I grew up thinking it was not okay to be me.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the thing I'm realizing in therapy.
It's like, what a coincidence. I also grew up thinking it wasn't okay for you to be you. I mean, me to be me. Yeah.
I didn't realize the consensus had such a radius on the map. I mean, you're all the way up in Springfield. Like,
where they're eating the dogs, and Matt shouldn't be Matt. And
dude, when Springfield, like, yeah, that stuff got toppled by some down home whitey goodness.
Yeah, which also, side note on all that, apparently now that like Trump won the election and everything's fine now, apparently like immigrants in Springfield aren't eating animals anymore. It's strange how that just kind of went
away. Stopped that because he said it was dumb, and they're like, he's right.
Anyway, all right. So that took us like at least a half hour to get through question 1.
That is in depth as we do it.
Yeah, which I think for maybe even just like sake of efficiency, I think we may be like entitled to some glibness.
Oh yeah, let's glibly run through the next one.
Yeah.
If your definition of atheism is merely that it's a lack of belief in God and you're just waiting to be convinced, but then you speak of him as though he's in some way synonymous with Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, or fairies, doesn't that at least send the message to your listeners that you actually believe that there is no God? After all, these are entities and beings that you likely believe do not exist. And if you're
like, okay, if his question is, does that send the message? Okay, maybe. Like, what is it? I mean, if that's the message they're getting, then we'll talk about it and I can clarify. But if it's like, again, this sounds like I said, not quite a gotcha, but I don't know, maybe it is in some sense, but it's all like, And it seems like it's enough. Well, what you're saying, like, well, other people like me are interpreting you as like being a
Right.
shitty person. So does that make you a shitty person? It's
I,
like
I think
maybe
it's
you're
conflating
just.
contexts
Mm,
because, like, we can say that we lack a belief in a god or gods as they're understood, um, and but then like we can speak. God damn that alarm! uh, but then we can speak from our experience because when people speak in a humorous way or in like compare it to Santa Claus or something, we're speaking from our
mm,
experience because we it is now
mm-hmm.
not really a theological conversation or a nuts and bolts conversation, and now we're like
Right.
speaking from experience because those
Yeah.
are humorous comparisons from our perspective. And so when
Right.
people are being humorous, they've left the land of fact only. Like that's
Uh-huh.
how that works.
Yeah. I mean, plus, and this is something I think we did like touch on last time we were going through this.
Like that's why
So,
it's funny because it's not a fact and doesn't make sense usually. That's why it catches us off guard. That's why it's funny.
yeah, so something I think we touched on last time we were like going through this. It's like it's almost like the way he's wording this is just like ignoring that there are other views of God. So I mean,
Yeah,
so if to you atheism just means I lack a belief in God, it's not a active disbelief. Like you can still like actively disbelieve in specific gods. So even if like I would say, look, really can't say if like if no gods exist or not, but the God you're currently explaining to me kind of sounds like Santa Claus. but it's like, well, if so it's like he's just not recognizing like that nuance of it.
yeah. Like the kinds of reasons that he
Yeah.
doesn't that cause him to not believe in other gods are the same kinds of reasons that cause us to not believe in his God. It's
Yeah.
he started playing favoritism with how he applied logic.
Yeah, but it's like me saying, look, I can't say for sure. Like for me, like the jury isn't out on whether or not there is a God. All I'm saying is the one you're describing to me kind of sounds like the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus. Like that's literally all that's going on there. And it's not saying like, well, that's also I think like another fallacy is I don't know if it's technically a fallacy or whatever, but it seems like there's a misunderstanding like when just because someone makes a comparison between two things it's not saying they're the same thing. It's like
Yeah, it's
it's
like
like
that
yeah, so I'm
in
like
some way.
I could say that you Matt like maybe like have some things in common with like our conception of Santa Claus.
I
That
hope
doesn't mean
so.
I'm like that doesn't mean I'm saying that you don't exist. I'm just saying, oh, here's some comparisons like
Or that lived at the North Pole, or that like I was gonna say
right.
owned penguins, but he owned reindeer. I don't know why I thought penguins.
He might own. Well, the
That's a
Penguins, I think
different
those are.
pole completely.
Yeah, those are south. He might still own some. I mean, and we'll tariff the shit out of him anyway. Apparently, but
Well, I
that's a
did hear
whole.
there's a reason why um, Howard
It's
Lutnick, whose name sounds
not.
like
It's not as fun if there's a reason.
no, they didn't give the good reason. They gave the bad reasons. But Howard Lutnick, whose name is more fun to say is Nutlick, um,
True. Can confirm.
somebody said, why are you gonna tariff Penguin Island?" And he was like, "Oh, stupid reasons." And then, but like the real reason that like somebody with know-how probably did that, like why it was on the list as a separate place, is because if you leave a loophole like that, then when something comes into port for customs, it shows the last place that it came from.
Hmm.
Um, so Australia could just like build a little dock and like things kind of like go near the dock, and then somebody like remotely says, "Oh, we received your things here," and then it goes to the United States without a tariff. And so it was probably a way by somebody who was smart to close a loophole. Everyone, everyone who talks to the news and makes decisions in the Trump administration doesn't know shit. So like they couldn't explain it because the one smart guy. Now I can't remember his name. I want to say Miller, but maybe that's not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
One of there's a toady in the White House who's probably also autistic, and he does smart things sometimes, but like he's working for Cobra and GI Joe. It's just
Yeah.
amateur shit, even though he knows what's up.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, but just bringing it back to Braxton here, it's like, fuck, what was he talking about? Here, I'll let him go on a little more.
If your response is that you merely lack a belief in Santa
Oh
Claus,
yeah, that whole the whole Santa Claus thing. It's like, yeah, it's like basically his question here is like, well, other people are misinterpreting you, so that doesn't that make you wrong? It's like, no. Yeah, I'll let him finish this question.
and don't actively believe that he does not exist, doesn't that sound a little disingenuous, honestly?
No. Well, I mean,
Well,
if somebody's actually doing that, then yeah, but I don't.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, the way you put it, that sounds disingenuous, but the way it actually is, no.
When atheism becomes a part of someone's worldview, they typically change their positions on other issues like abortion, sexual morality, and a number of other things. I actually have several videos of well-known atheists saying that there's nothing wrong with prostitution, that they hope their children don't save themselves until marriage, and that sex workers should be put up on a pedestal no different than the military. I didn't
Well, I mean, yes to all of those. No,
Yeah.
I explained. I have an explanation for the last one. Is that like sex workers have been part of every military operation as far back as humans have been having military operations? Like, so
yeah, the rear guard.
yeah,
Which is a great name for a strip club.
like Revolutionary War. There was a prostitute camp. I'm using prostitute because that's what they called it at the time. Like there were sex worker camps. It was like part of the military's. It was like an unofficial part of the military's logistics. Like they kept up with like the food and fuel, whatever the fuel was at the time. That they like were just behind that group, and when that group started moving or started packing up, they started packing up, and so it was this like auxiliary group of the military. And I imagine that's probably where he's getting that. Somebody was talking about that. Because out of context, it sounds ridiculous, but
Yeah. I mean, it's
also if dudes have blue balls, they won't fight well.
yeah, but hold on. I want to hear what he said about like comparing them to the military again, real quick.
that they hope their children don't save themselves until marriage, and that sex workers should be put up on a pedestal no different than the military. I
mean, I don't know if anyone is saying that sex workers should be viewed no different than the military, like in those like specific words, but I think that juxtaposition is like very intentional, at least on his part.
Yeah.
Where it's like, because it's one thing to say like we should respect like sex workers as much as any other job, which okay, yeah, true. But then when you say, oh, respect them as much as when you respect them as much as the military, it's like, well, it depends what you mean by as. It depends what you mean by as much. Like in the same way, like no, because I mean they're just different things. But it's like, are they now? In the same way, meaning are they equally as deserving of respect, like just as people doing work? In that sense, yeah.
Well, if it's of their own free will, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's an important, very important caveat.
Also, I think we have the military on in our country. I think we have the military on too high a pedestal. which is something that empires and militaristic nations do.
Mhm.
Like, you want
Right.
throughout history, if you idolize your military, you're the bad guys.
Right. And but like you said, but that again is not to say like we don't have any respect for like people who serve or people who have served. Like obviously, like I mean, like I
No, like,
respect that. Speaking of our friends like Jimmy and Derek, like both
no, it's
veterans,
no,
like
yeah, it's a
obviously,
job
yeah,
that needs to be
a lot
done.
of respect.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not disparaging the job.
Right.
I'm disparaging, and I think a lot of service members will say this, like, assuming every one of them's a hero. Some of them are
Right.
assholes, just like regular people.
Yeah.
um,
Same with like teachers. A lot of teachers are heroes. There's also a lot of terrible teachers.
yeah,
Like or like doctors, a lot of great doctors, a lot of terrible ones. Yeah, engineers, a lot of great ones, a lot of terrible ones. Like it, yeah,
but
it's
I don't think we would have a
whatever.
recruiting
Yeah,
crisis in our country if the military was actually clearly defending the country,
right.
and if there was kind of like a U.S. based branch of it that
Hmm.
focused on disaster response. Um, Now I know we like National Guard does that, but I'm talking about like um, there are some veterans groups that do like special
Hmm.
forces almost type disaster response, um,
Yeah.
or like sometimes then they get permission, but they'll go in before first responders because they have the skills first responders don't have because they're going into what is essentially
Hmm.
like third world conditions.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. No, and I will point out, like, this is all good stuff, but this is like way off topic from like
True. Bring it back.
where Braxton was going with this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Didn't use those here because I didn't want to seem combative to individuals,
Oh yeah.
specifically.
So what he was talking about the whole like apparently this is something that a lot of apologists for some reason find like so remarkable. It's like, oh, when someone leaves a belief system, they think differently than the people who are still in that belief system. Like, yeah, no shit, man.
Well,
Like,
I kind of feel like implied in that is it feels a little bit like a callback to where people say you stopped believing because you wanted to do those things.
right.
It's like no, I stopped believing and then realized I didn't have a reason to endorse the opposite anymore.
Right. Yeah, cuz like so let's take like what he apparently thinks is like an extreme example of sex work. It's like, okay, yeah, if it's yeah, according to Christianity, like and plenty of other religions too, like that sort of thing is just bad, but like just because it says so. But when you actually look at what it really is, it's like, okay, two as long as it is like two consenting adults wanting to engage in sexual activities with each other, it's like, yeah, show me the problem.
And if you're in a relationship, it's probably best that your like significant other consents to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, but like I said, if it's yeah, if it is between two consenting adults and they're like it's like you only think that like sexual activity is some like special like sacred thing like because of your religion. So if you leave that religion like, oh, this is I mean, obviously it's not exactly like anything else, but like on some level it's like, oh, okay, it's like two humans doing stuff with each other. And if they both want to do it and no harm comes from it, then yeah, we're not going to view that as wrong because we don't have like the need to view it as wrong that you do. It's like that's like what the fuck is your point?
And when you find out that there's evidence that not rejecting it actually has, you better results and
Mhm.
uh, produces more fruit of the spirit than the
Mm,
old belief did. I mean,
that
if
part.
we're, I mean, I know we're not supposed to chase the fruit, but like, if something produces that fruit, isn't it a good indication that that's like the path you follow? I kind of think
Yeah.
that's how I followed like
Yeah.
God right out the door.
Hmm.
Now that maybe I found God, found what God really is.
Hmm. Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, the UFO stuff is going to throw people for a loop.
So I've heard. Yeah. But just back on the whole thing where he's talking about like again, he's trying to make it this totally remarkable thing that like, oh, once they stopped believing in our faith, they started thinking differently. Like do Christians ask this or like point this out as some kind of gotcha thing? Like if someone leaves Islam and then they start like
Right, that would be
eating
expected.
bacon, like they start eating bacon and don't pray towards Mecca like 5 times a day.
They would just be like, of course.
Yeah. It's like, so yeah, when you leave a religion that for no actually good reason condemns all these things and then you're like, oh, I think these things are okay now. I may not do them myself, but I don't like condemn other people for it.
Is that what happens when you
Like
stop
yeah.
realizing your perspective is a perspective?
Mm,
And you're just like, no, it's the way to see it.
yeah. Yeah. Right. I mean, he's literally asking, like, man, like, you ever notice how people who leave the cult like stop wearing the tracksuit? It's like, yeah, no shit, dude. It
And there's no evidence that at any point in the history of humanity, people weren't jerking off when they realized they could. That they weren't having sex
Yep.
before marriage. Fucking, we invented marriage. Like we were having sex before we even like had a definition for marriage.
Well, yeah. I mean, back even in the Bible, like in the Old Testament, essentially, sex was marriage. That's
Yeah,
how it was defined,
and you could just straight up impose marriage on.
and it was because it was ownership. Like when a man like penetrated a woman, it's like, okay, you're mine now, and it was only a problem if that woman had already been owned by another man.
Or her dad didn't sign off on it.
What's that?
Or her dad didn't sign off on it.
Right, because he still belonged to him, or she
Right.
belonged to him.
Yeah. So there had to be
Yeah.
negotiation for you to penetrate his daughter.
Yeah, so basically you owned a woman.
Otherwise, they stone you to death or some shit.
Right. Yeah, basically you owned a woman either by penetrating her or because she was the result of you penetrating another woman. Like that's what it's all about. So,
Yeah. Just like just, just like a stable man would do.
yeah, just like Jesus intended. All right. Let's let
Only
him continue
insecure
this.
men would do that. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
I guess from our perspective now.
Yeah. So I'm feeling that this may require a third beer at this rate.
Ooh.
The individuals who made those statements. But even if you didn't become an atheist just so you could sin, and I believe you, do you at least understand why those moves could send that message to people who might say that to you?
I do.
Okay.
Also, that's their fault.
Yeah, again, this is like 2 questions in a row where it's like, well, other people have wrong views of why you're doing what you're doing. Doesn't that bother you? I'm like I can't help it, man.
I'm thinking from Jimmy's perspective, where he's like he's never been in this tribe, right? And so,
Oh yeah, Jimmy Ligon, our buddy.
yeah, Jimmy Ligon, never
Yeah.
been a Christian.
Well, he was a Christian, but
Was
I
he?
guess for him it wasn't like as serious, and I think he kind of like earlier on realized it was bullshit. Like I guess, and Jimmy, if you're watching later, like you can tell me if this isn't describing it accurately. But my impression was like it's something like he grew up with, but I guess he was never like as seriously into like as we were or a lot of Christians are.
Okay, so like familiar with all the trappings, but not really ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
So somebody in coming from his perspective, where this has to sound like somebody whining that you're not respecting their rules. Like, it's
Yeah.
kind of like, this conversation's already over. He's like, but my rules, and you're like, they're not mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's like for me, like drinking right now. If it's like if someone from a church or other cult or organization that completely like demonized drinking and said like they're not allowed to drink, they're like, oh, like we're not allowed to drink if you're drinking a beer. It's like, yeah, so fucking what?
So I think we could flip this. I think we could say to Braxton something similar, where he's like, "Do you understand how this is coming across?" And like for those of us who like were in it and did believe, it's like, yeah, we understand because like we were there, so we know how these kinds of things sound.
Yeah.
Also, like, do you realize how this question sounds to us?
Right. Yeah. It's like, or this something else that just hit me. It's like, would he ask this question to like someone who like was an atheist or any other non-Christian thing, and then converted to Christianity, and now all of a sudden they think abortion is wrong, and they don't believe in evolution, and they don't believe in having sex before marriage? It's like, would he like
Would
would
they
he
invalidate anything?
yeah, would he say like maybe like if you just like let's take like the evolution thing, like maybe if you felt like would anyone word is like maybe like when you weren't a Christian, like you just felt like you had to believe in evolution because that was taught, but you kind of felt like, I don't know if this is really right. So you converted to Christianity just so you could stop believing in evolution. It's like,
that's a dumb reason, first of all.
right. but what you but
it's like, I want to hear that person's story.
Right, but like that's how absurd this is. It's like, again, it's like he's seeing it as like remarkable as like, oh, like you no longer ascribe to a belief system, so now you believe different things. Like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you other than just keep talking so I can.
I mean, I wish I found weed like a long time ago. It would have been super helpful.
Right?
But
maybe Braxton should find some weed.
But I heard some gray beard like people I looked up to, like, it's incapacitating, and like it's of the devil, and it's like, but free beer at the church thing.
It's like not only like it's like this will do all the incapacitating stuff that weed does, but it'll also damage your liver.
It's like drunk dudes falling into a fire is literally a concern when there's beer at the church function. Like,
right?
But like, how many dudes who are high on weed are gonna fall into a fire? If they do, they're gonna fall in so slowly. Somebody's gonna yank them out before they even get to it.
Right? Yeah. All right. Well, man, we are almost halfway done with this, so let's hear some more.
If it's a lack of belief sort of atheism, what is it? Is it 50-50, 60-40, 75-25? And at what point do you feel disingenuous saying that you merely lack a belief as opposed to leaning towards, I believe that God does not exist?
Same question for you. What percentage Christian are you? What percentage doubt do you have? If you say 0, fuck you, you're lying. I mean, because even Jesus said that was cool, because Thomas needed to like finger bang his hand holes. So, like,
right, my man, yeah.
I mean, it seems to be encouraged, accepted even.
Yeah, it's like, which again, like, why is he asking this? Like, why does he care what percentage it is?
He's trying to introduce like catastrophic failure doubt. Like he's hoping that he can introduce doubt that tumbles.
Yeah, so the way I would answer this is like I have no idea what number I would put on it. Like I am like, look,
I'm not. We're not.
and,
We're not
and I
omniscient.
don't.
We're not third. We're not objective. How do we even do that?
Yeah, and like, so here's an example. So with like my kids, like I hope they know that I love them. Like
But
I
what
tell them that
percentage?
but that's the thing. I might ask them something like, "Okay, you know I love you, right?" I would never ask them, "Okay, what percentage do you like? Or how what percentage sure are you that I love you?" Like, no, it's either like it's like they think I love them or they don't.
Right.
Or if they're just unsure, then I'm like that's not cool either. Like I just want them to know. But like
what matters is where it crosses the threshold for them that they trust that you love them.
Yeah, so again, it's almost like he's trying to create a dilemma where there really isn't. He's like he's making this arbitrary artificial standard that you need to have a number on this thing that he knows nobody fucking has a number on, so he think that's then he's got them because they don't have the number because he just decided they need a number. It's like
This is the same. His tone of voice there sounds like Father Casey. Like, how good an atheist are you? Like that. It's that same kind of where he's like, they're trying to introduce a dilemma where there wasn't one.
Yeah, but then also it's like where he was getting at is like, and then when he brings it to okay, well then at what point is it disingenuous to say that you just lack a belief, and at what point do you really say, well, I just believe that there is no God, like as if that's like a place you don't want to go. It's like a place like we got to be careful, you're not going that far. It's like okay, like so like I said, for me, like I am at the point where I'm comfortable saying I believe there are no gods. Like I'm fine making that positive statement. Now, I'm not claiming to be able to prove it. I'm literally just saying, like, if I'm honest with myself, this is what I think. Because going back to like we don't think of things in percentages, like again, to borrow, I guess, like something from Christianity when they talk about faith, where they say, like, you really show what you believe by what you do and how you live.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, like, I live my life, like, no matter what words I would put to it or what number, like, I live my life as if there is no God. So, whatever, so like putting a number on it doesn't matter when it just comes to like daily, like how I actually live my life. That's how I live. It doesn't like I don't fucking care what number like is attached to that.
Yeah,
like I'm either convinced or I'm not, and then I choose to live my life in one way or the other.
This is kind of creative, and this makes me have some hope for him because this is not something he got from Christianity. This percentage thing.
Ooh, okay.
But it is a kind of thing that like people about to go through deconstruction start to do. Not percentage, but like asking the question, like, how much do I believe this?
Real quick, is this something you can riff on for like a minute or two?
Oh, probably.
Okay, go. I'll be right back.
I think there's a certain amount of self-reflection that like you're not allowed to have until you get comfortable with the idea of some kind of deconstruction, whether you use that word or not, some kind of like reflection on beliefs and perspective. Like you have to accept that that's okay before you even ask that question, like how much do I believe this, or where even am I in this faith? Like I've been doing this. Do I agree with what I'm doing? Thinking outside the box and pulling something from beyond that perspective is a good sign. I think when people do that, it shows you can have a real conversation with them. Like, even though like Braxton's his cadence and sometimes the way he frames things, it definitely has like Christianese baggage with it. But it's clear you can have a real conversation with him about things, and if you explain where you're coming from, even if it's a very different perspective, and he doesn't know how you could see what he's doing as that, I think he would want to hear it, and be willing to like at least entertain that perspective as being valid, potentially valid. That's a good sign. So if he keeps it up, he's going to at least be a progressive Christian.
Right. Yeah. So keep going, Braxton. Now we got
You're
another
almost
comment.
there.
Now we got another comment here. A viewer I don't recognize. So if you have been here before, I apologize. But Maria Garcia. Just because you live your life as though there's no God, God still sustains the reality you're embedded in.
Possibly, but
and again, not to come on like again, this is an issue I've recognized in myself, like that we talked about earlier. Which I'm sorry if you missed this part, but I find like one of my weaknesses is like being too blunt sometimes. But when I hear like statements like, "Okay, God still sustains the reality you're embedded in," my first response is, "Prove it." Like, if you can, great. Like, I'm not trying to say that as like a conversation stopping thing. Like, but if you can't prove it, then
because honestly,
yeah,
if like science expands in the direction where we can starts to look true, like provable, or at least provable enough, I think both of us would be like, all right, maybe that's true. Like,
yeah, because like, look, like, and so Maria, I'm assuming you don't know me because I don't think I know you. Like, I was a very devout Christian for 38 years, so I know what it's like to think that I believe all this stuff. But long story short, if you want to know more about our stories, like go back and watch previous episodes. But
I will say
yeah,
that
like,
if God does sustain the reality we're embedded in, it's
yeah,
not entirely the God of the Bible.
yeah. Of as much as I'm willing to say, like, I very strongly believe there are no gods. It's like, well, I can't say for sure. I feel pretty confident saying that the God of the Bible does not exist. Partially because, like, there is no a God of the Bible. There are gods of the Bible. So many different views, and
Yeah.
all of them sound absurd to me, and almost like they can't possibly exist.
And when you get into the details of
Yeah,
where people's thinking was coming from, who the different cultures that produced the people who wrote the different parts of the Bible, it's extremely interesting, and you start to get a sense of, just to kind of like empathize with Marie a little bit. You start to kind of get a sense of what things they probably got very correct about. Okay, if there is something that we refer to as God, or that we experience as the God, there are tidbits of wisdom in the Bible where you're like, if it's there, it's probably like that. And then there's a lot of filler around those things, because it's a chronicle of the Jewish people trying to figure it all out. It did change over time, and as a record of human beings over thousands of years trying to figure out what's beyond them, super interesting. Actually helped me become atheist, but like
right.
also appreciate the Bible more.
Right. Now, and so just put this up there, like, again, like, this one more thing I would say, like, Maria, like, if you have any more responses, like the things we're saying, like, please, like, continue commenting.
For real.
Like I said, like, the way I put things, like, I know a lot of times I can come off as like very blunt or harsh or whatever, but it's not that I want to like halt conversation. It's almost more like,
Like you're very straightforward and direct, and it catches some people
for
off
me,
guard.
like, but almost like like I said, like I believe for so long, I'm basically at the point in my life, especially with no offense to you, Maria, but like if you're someone I don't even know, it's like if you're wanting to like engage with me, like then it's basically me setting like these standards, like okay, well if you can't answer this, then I don't know how constructive this conversation. So for me, like to say like God sustains the reality you're embedded in. Like I could say, okay, like so when you say God, I'm assuming I don't know which God, but I'm assuming you're monotheistic because you're not saying the gods.
And it's
So
capitalized.
I could say to you that the Hindu pantheon of gods sustains the reality that you're embedded in. And I feel like I can say that just as easily as you're saying that. So unless you can tell me why your statement holds any more water than me saying the Hindu pantheon or the Norse gods sustain your reality, then
Well, and the ridiculousness
yeah,
that you feel when you hear that, probably from Tommy saying that, like, it's the same as the Hindu pantheon sustaining your reality. Like, as ridiculous as that sounds to you, understand that, like, when you say things to us like that, it can sound equally ridiculous. But we realize that you are probably trying to move us towards something good, and so like I appreciate that. Mileage may
So
vary on whether it's good.
all right. All right. So she responds again saying the God of the Bible is proven through the direct experience of the Holy Spirit, which neuroscientists today call the mystical experience. I know of several neuroscientists who would disagree with that.
Now, it can be a mystical experience, and if
but
I'm
but all that proves is that someone had a mystical experience. It doesn't prove that it is the God of the Bible.
right, and just because they
Yeah.
call it mystical experiences, that could be more descriptive of our experience of the mystical experience.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it is a mystical experience.
Like, but man, we're getting some interaction here. We got
Yeah.
another comment here from, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Kian Aris. I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine. I already read this and no, you're not. If the God of the Bible doesn't exist, prove it. I don't have to.
That's not how the burden of proof works.
Yeah. Like,
no, we're not trying to be snarky.
yeah.
At least I'm not.
And
like when the person making the positive claim has the burden of proof. Like if you're saying there is a God, then it would be the burden of proof would be on you to show that God does exist. If you provide no evidence or you just say God exists and we say no, God doesn't, that's fine because like we don't need it. Like I am unconvinced by the evidence for the Christian God. I was in spiritual warfare, like ministry and praying for people. Saw crazy shit happen.
Me too.
I believe that stuff happened. And I believe something caused it to happen. And it may not be human, but I don't know that it's a leap to say it was the Christian God that caused it to happen.
Right.
It could have been humans coming together causing something to happen. But yeah, to go back to the original point, we don't need to prove it.
Yeah, because here's the thing about like the burden of proof. It really only matters as far as how much you care if the other person believes you.
That's a good point.
When I say like I believe that no gods exist, if you disagree with me, I really don't care. So if I can prove it to you or not, I just do not give a shit. It's like I'm saying, I think like I haven't looked at the weather for tomorrow, or if I have, I've forgotten it. Like I say, like I really think tomorrow's going to be a sunny day. I can't prove that at all to you. I do not give a shit if you believe me or agree with me or not. But I still feel comfortable saying I think tomorrow's going to be sunny. It's like,
and saying he doesn't give a shit doesn't mean he's
Yeah.
trying to shit on your head and say like,
no,
I don't care about you at all. It's just like just not something I care about.
Yeah, like I said, like I'm blunt to a fault when it comes to stuff like this, but
acerbic,
yeah,
direct and straightforward.
Yeah. So all right, so Maria's like continue. So like I said, like we appreciate all the interaction here. This is great. So Maria says it's a mystical experience. it's a mystical experience is established. It was originally laid down by William James in the early 1900s, and it's furthermore established by modern neuroscience, which, again, from what I know about modern neuroscience, I know a lot of them would disagree. I'm not familiar with William James, I will admit. I may have to look into that. But
I'm also starting to get the feeling Maria may be a bot. That might not be true.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
But,
okay, so
yeah.
Sorry. All right, so Kean says, the burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim. You claim the God of the Bible is not existent, then it's your burden to demonstrate this with everything. Like I have like gone through this. Like, I don't know if I've done it on this show or not, but I have seen certainly other people, like one person that comes to mind, the YouTube channel Vice Rhino. He has a great video going through all the evidence of why the God of the Bible most likely does not exist. So like the evidence is out there. I mean, but if you're expecting me to lay it all right now, just spur of the moment, I mean, sorry, not sorry. I kind of can't right now. Cause I mean, I don't know what time zone you're in, but like for me, it's like almost 11:30 at night. I'm working on like 4 hours of sleep and my third beer. So my powers of such things are not at their peak.
But if you want to comment, like your evidence, like, I mean, we might not, if you do it now and it's long, we might not respond to it right now just because of time. But like, I think we can safely say that we'll probably discuss it next time if we don't discuss it this time. Like if you wanted to put down your evidence for why the God of the Bible exists, that doesn't reference the Bible.
External evidence. Yeah, because the Bible is what the Bible says is not evidence. What the Bible says is the claim, and that requires the evidence. Now,
right. So this is something the evidence can't come from within the claim.
Right. Now, and this is something else I've said before. So sorry if Kean, again, if I'm hoping that's how you pronounce your name. Something I've said multiple times before, like if like God of any form like does exist, I would be very interested to know that. So I'm not like shutting myself off completely to the possibility. Yeah. All I'm going at like with just what I have in my life experience now is like, I really don't think there are any gods out there. But if there are, like, hey, I'm willing to be pleasantly surprised. So now I would say if you got any evidence, but really what it would take to convince me, like what would matter is like, because like, okay, any person could tell me whatever they want about God. But for me, that's like, okay, that's what you say. But if there is a God who wants me to know that they exist, then I'm leaving it up to them to prove it to me. I'm not saying that I don't care what you say, but I just don't really see how in a situation like this where the question is whether or not some all-powerful being who, if you're Christian or any, like most of the monotheistic religions kind of have this assumption that this God wants us to know that they exist and wants a relationship with us in some sort, but so I'm like, so if no God has convinced me that they exist, I don't know what a person's gonna do. Yeah. Like, so if you think you can convince me better than God, sick flex, but okay. All right. Then we got Maria here. Like, my evidence is mystical experience, which is studied currently by Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm familiar with it. Studies like by Dr. Roland Griffiths. Okay, this is stuff I might look into, but again, like,
yeah, me too.
This is something I have looked into, like, limited. Like I say, I'm an amateur in like a lot of these fields. Like, I haven't studied any of the stuff myself, but I enjoy listening to people who are experts talk about it. And from everything I've heard about mystical experience and stuff like that, it's like, okay, yeah, the brain can do some weird shit and like play tricks on you and make you. If there's anything we know about like human perception and the way the brain works, it's can be very flawed.
Yeah.
Like, bottom line.
I come at this from a slight. I do appreciate you putting names in there and where the research is being done.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, definitely.
Like, thanks for bringing receipts, because that means that we can look into it.
Yeah.
Also, when somebody, kind of in response to what was said before about somebody saying there is no God, making a claim about your experience is different than making a claim about ultimate reality. So
Yeah.
like you can say like there is no God, and that's based on your experience, right? But
Mm-hmm.
if new information came out that like caused you to question that, like you would, because there's evidence.
Right. Yeah. The way I like to think about it is like personal experience is really only good for convincing the person who had that experience.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like, because honestly, like I have had some actual very strong personal experiences that have led me to believe that God does not exist. But I don't expect my personal experience to convince you. It has been very convincing for me,
Yeah.
and I could share that with you if you care. But yeah, I've had like plenty of experiences that have told me that, yeah, there's no God.
So the thing about the mystical experiences and stuff, what I imagine the results of those studies.
Please don't assume what I have or haven't looked into.
Right.
You don't know me. Like this seems like this is your first time even watching the show. Like, do not tell me what I have or haven't looked into, please. That is
Yeah.
as much as I love engaging with people, even people I disagree with, and I can take a lot. It takes a lot to offend me. The one thing that will piss me all the way the fuck off is people who don't know me, assuming that they know me and what I have or haven't looked into, what I have or haven't done. Like,
Yeah.
just
Like
don't.
we didn't want to lose our faith. We really
Mhm.
tried not to.
Yeah.
Like everything that kept us in it. Like that's what we were chasing. And then it failed. And we realized
Yeah.
where we realized where we were, that we didn't believe anymore. There was no there was if we
Yeah.
were ignorant, it wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah. Yeah, but as far as like you're talking about like decades of research, like yeah, and there's been a lot of decades of research saying like yeah, the brain does weird shit, and so
So the mystical
I don't know.
stuff, I will say that like, okay, if the mystical
Yeah.
experiences are a response to something real and not an artifact of the brain,
Mhm.
uh, then we need to follow the data on that without saying, right, that's an explanation that like, right, that confirms my faith. It's like, no, at the very least, it says that there is something beyond us we're connecting to. Like, if we are actually connecting something in those moments, like,
Mhm.
that's all we know. And the belief structures put flesh on that, but like, we don't have evidence for that beyond
Mhm.
beyond personal experience
All right.
after learning that.
Yeah. So it feels like we may or may not get back to Braxton. So I'm just gonna put him in
Okay.
the background at least for now. But all right. So where are we? Back to the chat. Okay. So you assume that we say the brain does weird shit, which is an indication because neuroscience is much more established than that. Okay, but there's also a lot of neuroscience that has established, to put it crudely, that the brain does weird shit. I mean, look into people like Sam Harris, Stephen Novella, Sean Carroll. Like they've talked about like things like mystical experiences, near death experiences, and like how there's a lot of that stuff that we can't explain like very naturalistically because like the brain, whether like what it experiences can be very unreliable, like all kinds of stuff.
And
So,
when we say
but
does weird shit, like that's an intentional oversimplification.
right,
Like
right,
that's not an indication that we act that
mm-hmm,
like that's what we've boiled it down to. It does weird shit.
mm-hmm.
Like that's
Yeah. Which, like I said, I'm like I said, it's not that I have looked into this stuff, but I am also not an expert. So like I don't have all the terminology. But to go back real quick to like the whole burden of proof thing, Kian, again, really like the burden of proof only matters as far as how much I care that you're convinced by what I say. Like I can say lots of stuff. Like I can say like there's a lamp in my living room right over there. It's like I'm not going to prove it to you right now because I don't care if you agree with me that there's a lamp in my living room over there.
if what we're
Like
saying
so,
isn't connecting with you, like that's
yeah,
fine. Um
yeah,
like if you're not on the same page as we are, or
Yeah. Oh, sorry, keep going up.
I look, we like having conversations with people.
Mm-hmm.
We don't
Yeah,
like it
this
when
is great. This has been like some of the best interaction we've
yeah,
had in a while. So I'm digging this. Yeah,
it
keep
is
it coming.
challenging
Yeah.
when somebody
Yeah.
is coming from the angle that they know things about us we haven't told them.
Yeah.
They're inferring things because when somebody infers things about non-believers, it is my experience that those people are usually drawing on what like uh, pastors or preachers or people who oversimplify things have told them about us, and a lot of it is straw manning. So you may need to unlearn some of the straw mans that you've learned about people like us because we are
Mm-hmm.
not those straw man characters.
No.
Uh,
Right.
we've seen some like we've been involved in a prayer ministry. We were like legit crazy things happened. We've we've been close to the unexplainable.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not in the dark and coming from a uh you lackadaisical believers or you weren't really believers. It's not like we were in
No.
it.
Yeah, and also again, without going too much into my personal life, but me like losing my faith like has been very much to my detriment in a lot of ways since.
Yeah. Yeah, like
In
same
ways
here.
that like and also like again, to be extremely brief with my story, like I lost my faith after surviving stage 4 cancer, not just having stage 4 cancer and it was like, "Oh, I have cancer." There's no, after I survived stage 4 cancer. At the point in my life where like if I had kept my faith and like, "Oh, this is my testimony. Look what God did for me." Like, can you imagine like you obviously know like how awesome that would have been for me and how easy that would have been for me to just
That would
like
have
keep my
preached
faith.
for
It's like,
days.
oh yeah, like how many speaking tours and books could I have sold like by now? But
Especially when you like
like
you could
think
argue that your cancer was cured because you loved and accepted yourself, which is a very like progressive Christian thing to do. So you could have been a poster child for progressive Christianity. And
right. But even that, I was like, that doesn't even make sense. But anyway, but I want to go to this.
yeah,
Okay, Sean Carroll has never had a mystical experience. Okay, I have
citation
no
needed.
idea if this is. I have no idea if this is true or not. But I'll go ahead and grant that it is. Okay, Sean Carroll has never had a mystical experience. So now my question is, why doesn't God care about Sean Carroll enough to give him a mystical experience?
But you can't ask God to do tricks for you, is what.
But if he actually loves you and wants you to believe, like that's like me. That's like if my kids were to say to me, "It's like, well, we can't expect my dad to actually show us that he loves him, that we love him, that he loves us, or whatever." Like this standard that Christians have for God. Like I promise you, if any human treated you the way that you expect your God to treat you, like you would not love them. Guarantee it.
Yeah. Well, unless it's like your dad, and then you have like some twisted idea of like, well, dads can be mean because they love you, or like, which
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like I have a dad, he's a great dad, and I know he loves me. Like you know how I know that? Because he shows the fuck up and loves me.
and from my experience,
Yeah.
you know what'll really fuck up a kid is when you know your dad loves you, but it seems really difficult for him to show it.
Mm. See, I can
Like
relate to that too. Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, that really fucks you up. And so I don't know if God exists. He wants us fucked up, apparently.
Oh, okay. So Sean Carroll has the potential for one. He simply lives his life in such a way he avoids it. Oh, so he's more powerful than God. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, so God can't penetrate. So,
Well,
so
that
what you so okay. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be Christian, which would mean that you like believe in things like the story about like the Apostle Paul. Now, if you're telling me that Sean Carroll was resisting Christianity more than the Apostle Paul, who was literally murdering Christians, if God can show up for Paul, why can he not show up for Sean?
This can also be an example of a no truth Scotsman fallacy,
Oh,
because
Mhm.
it's not that God isn't showing him that God can do this and how God really is. It's that he's avoiding it. Okay,
right.
that is, I can almost guarantee you that like that is what you've been taught is happening. That's what people have told you is happening. If you ask the people
hmm
who are going through it or went through
Yeah.
it, they will tell you something different. And it's not because they're lying, it's because
hmm
or that you were lied to. It could be
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
simple as the people who told you that didn't know because they haven't really talked to anybody, and if they did, they didn't believe what they said, and they were going on what they were taught by someone else who either avoided understanding what people have been through, or just didn't bother. So yes, and you don't know he avoided it. He follows the evidence.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Because here's the thing. Like, so Sean Carroll, he's a scientist for people who don't know who Sean Carroll is, like astrophysicist.
while you do
Like,
that, I'm gonna get a beer.
so he's literally studying the cosmos. So if you're telling me that, I mean, if anyone would be able to see the evidence for God, it should be someone who is studying like literally the entire universe and like how everything works. So, I mean, so if someone who is investigating reality to that depth and that level isn't seeing God, then like why? If God created reality, and if, as a lot of Christian apologists say, like set up science and all the laws of nature and like is so embedded in like literally everything, if the people who are investigating reality to that level don't see God, I mean, okay, so he's not more powerful than God. It may await him at his deathbed. He just won't have it in.
I, this
Why would God keep it till like he's on his deathbed? If the point of life is to know God and experience him now, like why would God hold out until he's about to die?
also he just
Oh,
wanted.
he avoids spiritual disciplines. He doesn't meditate. Oh, it doesn't take
Well, that
okay, so,
sounds like we're doing it then. That sounds like a human technology creating it.
okay. Okay, if God requires you to take psychedelics, then like then then is it God or is it the psychedelics?
I mean, high
Because
doses of
like
psychedelics can like open your brain up to things,
okay,
at,
because like literally
but
like but think about it. If I
it
told
doesn't
my
mean it's
kids,
spiritual.
it's like what would it be like if I told my kids like, look, I really love you, but you're not going to really understand it unless you do some shrooms. Like what?
But
Like
that
how
okay,
does that?
that's also kind of true. Like
Okay,
shrooms,
God said yes. God says, "Seek and you shall find." I sought, I found shit. And I'll warn you now, like,
I
okay,
found.
and again, I feel like I need to apologize because, like, the me you're getting right now is I've been drinking for longer than I slept last night. So that's so just saying that's the me you're getting right now.
And
Like,
your opinions get louder the more you drink.
yes, they do. And I'm probably clipping, like, but like, look, I literally became an atheist while praying. Because like I said, after like surviving stage 4 cancer, being like convinced I was going to die, and then because of literally the miracle of modern medicine, like drugs that have only been out in the past 5 years, if I had the same diagnosis 10 years ago, I would be dead right now. But because of, like I said, like cancer research and like all the new medications that are coming out, like I looked up the other day just like how many people die of the cancer I had like every day, and I don't remember the
You
number,
shouldn't.
but
You
like
shouldn't look at that.
no, like I want to look at it
Okay,
because I want to know what the fuck I just beat.
that's a
And
good
it's
point.
kind of empowering.
Because
And then
I
also I
did
can
look when you were going through it, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
yeah, oh yeah, I looked yeah, but anyway, so So anyway, so
So
after
like
coming
damn
off
near
of that,
dying from stage 4 cancer, like, well, it would have gone stage 5, and that's how that goes. But like,
yeah,
there's like that's a lot of seeking that happens automatically.
yeah, because like basically I was at a point where like my entire world was rocked and shaken like on every level, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, if there is a God, I want to know like right now. So at the point in my life where I was at my greatest need and I like reached out to this God and said, "Please, if you're there, just show me right now." And I got nothing. So if you tell me seek and you shall find, okay, that's wrong. It's just wrong.
And it is, and it wasn't because you weren't asking for God to show you because you wanted, you just wanted relief, you just wanted an answer. It was because
Yeah.
you're like, if there's a God, you're thinking I could be pretty close to meeting him if there's a God. So
Yeah.
I would like to be prepared.
Right. And then coming off of that, like I said, like a lot of this happened like after like going into remission and like, okay, now I just need like having that feeling like, okay, like, people call like the whole new lease on life or whatever. It's like, okay, I'm still alive. Like, I want to make sure I'm like living the right way and like living my life to the fullest or whatever. And like, whatever the best way to live is like I apparently shouldn't be here anymore. So I should probably take advantage of it. But
I don't like the shouldn't be here
yeah,
anymore and I've used that language for me having survived my
well,
accident. Like,
I'm using that more like I'm not like in a literal sense, but that's how a lot of people like would view that like
right.
situation. Yeah. The metaphorical sense maybe, but yeah. So
And along the same line,
yeah.
not at all to like devalue anything you said. Like, I survived a car accident being T-boned on the highway by a semi. I didn't need any stitches. I had a contused lung that healed pretty like really quickly. I had a pretty severely maladjusted back afterwards. That like, at the second visit to the chiropractor, he was like,
Yeah.
"You healed really quickly."
Mhm.
And all I know is that, according to Mythbusters, because they did an episode about something very similar, my insides should have been pudding.
Yeah, and real quick, I pulled an audible while Matt was talking there. Like I said, as maybe like combative as I'm maybe seeming, like I'm loving this interaction. Like this is why we stopped the video that we planned on like reacting to.
Yes.
It's like, oh, we have like real people talking to us. I just put a link out in the chat. If anyone like Maria or where'd you go? Other person, Kian, or anyone else wants to actually like. If you want to come on and like face to face, like talk to us, like just click on that link. We'll let you in.
Not to have a debate necessarily, to have
yeah,
a discussion.
yeah. Because like I said, I love these conversations, but yeah, it like so much can be lost when it's just like overriding and you're typing and we're talking and it, like that kind of I feel like that maybe puts you at a disadvantage. But yeah, if you want to like,
there's also a delay from when we say it to when it actually goes out. There's like a split second delay.
Yeah. Yeah. So if anyone wants to actually like jump on and join us in this conversation, whether it's Maria or Kian or anyone else watching, yeah, I just put the link out in the chat. Click on the link. It might take a few minutes for you to like set it up, but
because we like to get along with people, it's like
yeah,
for me, especially people that I don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons we called the show The Humanity, because we're all about humanity.
How do we people better? No, really, tell me. I need to know.
Yeah. So yeah, and like I said, it's this. As much as I love like talking to people, like I said, like admittedly, this may not be like the best version of me right now, like based on like how little sleep and how much beer I'm operating on at the moment.
It's a very real version. I mean, you're getting
that. Yeah.
I feel like some of the barriers. Like if you first meet Tommy, you wouldn't get this typically, but
I feel like I'm in very much more of a like just cut to the chase kind of mood. Yeah.
I'll say I realize what Kian, if that's pronounced correctly, and Maria, I understand what you're getting at and what you're trying to get for us, because I used to try to get that for people. So I know that I'm assuming, and I think it's easy to see based on what you've written so far, that like you want people, us and me, to believe what you see is true and good, and the phrasing that you're using does not always come across that way. Usually doesn't come across that way to people who don't believe, because a lot of the ways you're saying things are things that are more applicable for people who believe. Even just some of like the literal phrasing and cadence is more similar to like Sunday teachings than general conversation.
Yeah. All right. So Kian's back, and I'm assuming that's
Yay!
how you pronounce your name because you haven't corrected us yet. So I don't think the burden of proof really cares how much you care to prove it or not. The bottom line is you cannot meet the burden of proof. Like, well, how much I care about how much. Like I said, it really comes down to like,
Burden of proof doesn't care about anything. It's not a person. But
yeah, and also it's like, again, like I really don't care if you disbelieve in God or not. I'm just saying what I think. But okay, but let's like, I'm willing, like, just for the sake of discussion, like, just like back up and say, okay, my version of atheism is simply that I just lack a belief. All right, convince me.
yeah,
Now the burden of proof is on you. Or specifically, I would actually say the burden of proof isn't even on you. Like, because of the nature of the claim being made, like that a God exists specifically, and I'm assuming this is what you believe. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. You seem to be Christian, or at least some sort of like monotheistic, like God who is like cares about us and wants us to believe he exists. The burden of proof in this situation is on God, him, or her, or itself. Like, if God wants me to believe that God exists, then God must prove it. I'm not even putting the burden of proof on you. If you want to say that God exists, okay, if God has somehow convinced you, great. Hasn't convinced me. So the burden of proof is on God in this situation, the all-powerful one. Like, I don't see it. So if
and
an
the Bible
entity
doesn't
in a
necessarily
situation,
count as proof.
right, God counts as proof. So if the claim being made is an all-powerful entity that wants people to know that it exists, I don't see how the burden of proof could fall anywhere except on that entity.
And
because if you're saying it falls anywhere else, then you're saying that entity isn't doing a good enough job, and it relies on some external proof other than itself, which is an interesting claim to make if you want to make it. I'm all ears. But
and in the background of all this, like, if there is a God to connect to, like, I want to do that.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
And like I became an atheist while getting closer to God. Like, and that's not just me saying that. Like, other people, and I'm not bragging because it was really uncomfortable at the time, but like people that like I looked up to as like kind of a spiritual mentor were telling me that I was their spiritual mentor, and I was like, the fuck? Because I was beginning deconstruction, and they would like all these things I would say from a deconstructive like mindset. They're like, oh, like they're like, that really meant a lot to me, and I'm like, that was me falling apart. And they're like, brought me closer to God, and I'm like, that was me getting further from God in retrospect.
Right.
No, but at the time, like I felt, and I still kind of, it's just complicated. I feel like
tends to be
like I was like I felt like I was getting closer to God and closer to God, and people are telling me like, you're getting closer to God, and then I was like, okay, God has to be everything. Like if this God is true, God must be everything. And if God isn't everything, God is nothing. And so then it was kind of like God is either everything or nothing. And in either case, I don't know that we could prove either one. So then it's almost like live. I was gonna say live like God is real, but kind of don't do that because mega happened because of that.
Right.
And it's so not based on any, so very not based on reality.
Yeah. All right. So I'll put this out there to like Maria and Kian or anyone else who's watching who may be interested, which I will say like interested that I believe, but like honestly, like the vibe I'm getting from Maria and Kian, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm also autistic, so picking up on social cues is not really my thing, especially when it's in written form and not actually interpersonal.
Yeah, same here.
It
Like
seems like
we're doing our best.
yeah, it seems like I'm not sure if your goal is to actually to get me to believe or just to win an argument. But if you're wanting me to actually believe, it's like at first I said like the burden of proof to me is on God himself. So
But
it's
if he's
not that
not
I
going to
don't.
show up, you're here. So
Yeah, but like I said, it's not that I don't care what you have to say. Because, like I said, like I love the interaction, and like not just because of the algorithm, just like on a personal level. Like I love that like real people are talking to us right now about this stuff. This is great. But I actually, as an atheist, have a life verse, and this may not be the original intent of the author, but based on how other authors of the Bible, including this specific author, like treat other parts of the Bible, it's kind of on par. But I think it was Paul. I don't remember the exact reference or what book it was, but maybe one of you can like refresh my memory, where it says, "Let God be true and every man a liar." And the way I take that is, if I'm going to get to know God, I really like what's going to convince me is not what some other person tells me. What's going to convince me is God telling me about himself.
because
It's like
according to
again,
that,
I'm a dad.
Right.
Like I'm a dad, like I have two kids that I love like literally more than anyone else in the entire world. And they know that I love them because I show them that. I don't want them to have to rely on the fact that I love them based on like someone else telling them that I love them. Like they know I love them because of me, not because of someone else. So,
God, if somebody else had to tell your kids that you love them, that would be soul crushing.
yeah, because I know, like I said, from my experience, like I have two parents, like they're both great. I know absolutely for a fact, no doubt at all that they love me. But if I only knew that because like one of my brothers told me that they love them, but I never experienced it for myself, or just like some other person that they knew told, oh yeah, your parents totally love you. I'm like, okay, well then where are they? Then I'd
Somebody
be
else
like,
would have to tell you your brothers love you.
look,
'Cause
we're
they
all
won't do
autistic.
it.
We're all autistic. It's how we roll.
No, I know.
But
I know.
yeah.
That's why it's funny.
but I mean, my dad, honestly, my dad probably is too. But
Oh, what do
but
you
I
mean?
still,
Probably.
but I still know because he fucking puts in the effort. But anyway, so. And again, this is assuming based on like the conversation, like you believe in the Christian God. All right, so I'm assuming you think these things about the Christian God. He is all powerful or omnipotent. He is all knowing or omniscient. He is all loving or omnibenevolent. And he wants me to have a relationship with him. If all of those things are true, then it should not be possible that I am not convinced that he at least exists.
I mean, what a crazy
So,
like boon to faith that would be to just like know for
yeah.
sure God exists. And that's it. That like it's the God of the Bible, God exists. Like that would be you don't need to prove it like much else. Just confirm that that would be potent.
Okay. All right. So another comment from Maria. So first of all, from Maria, you're assuming I have money to put anywhere. Um, I'm basically fucking broke right now. So put your money where your mouth is. Johns Hopkins is recruiting volunteers. They've established that a mystical experience is ultimately a conversion experience, even for their atheist volunteers. Like honestly, like if I could, like whatever, like honestly I would be interested in this kind of thing.
And conversion
But
experience isn't the same thing as like proving there's a God. Like it can be a conversion type experience.
yeah,
And people
like
on shrooms and stuff have these kind of experiences all the time, and it does
yeah,
bring more fruit of the spirit in their life.
or hey, you know what else are like genuine conversion experiences? Lots of people are converting to Islam right now. Does that mean that's true?
Both Tommy and I didn't die when science would like when like it like we found a loophole through science. Like
Mm-hmm.
that is also a kind of conversion experience.
Yeah. And
But
also, like again, real quick, like to anyone like watching this now who doesn't know me too well, before you jump to the whole like, "Well, you were cured of cancer, that means God loves you." You're gonna have to explain to me why my aunt died of cancer, my uncle died of cancer, my friend from high school died when he was 30 from cancer. Little girl, in my elementary school, when she was in kindergarten, died of leukemia. Just like I said, like the dozens of people who died literally every fucking day from the same goddamn cancer that I had. You're gonna have to explain all that.
my dad died of cancer, literally one of the kindest people
Yep.
just ever. Like yeah, I don't kind of seems hit or
Yes.
miss.
Yeah. So if you're gonna try to convince me that God saved me because He loved me, you're gonna have to convince me like why He still loves all those people He didn't save.
Right, did he not love them?
Yeah.
And if he loved them but didn't
Oh,
save them,
here's my absolute. They actually said it.
oh, that's amazing.
Such a fucking meme at this point. God damn it. Like, okay, if God works in mysterious ways, then how the fuck can you tell me anything about him?
Also,
I'm sorry. Like, I know you're new to this. You haven't talked to me before, but at this point, if you don't know me, I am so goddamn tired of this line. And
we
especially
hear
from
that
Christians.
like
I'm sorry, Matt, but I am so fucking pissed right now. Especially from Christians who are trying to convince me of anything about this God. Like, I am so done with this. Sorry, go ahead.
no, sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good.
Was that Maria? I think it was Maria.
Yes. Yeah. Here, I'll yeah.
Maria,
Own it.
you got to understand how that comes across to people who aren't your people. That sounds like it's the most cliched cop out. That's how it sounds to us, at least. For people who wanted the smallest breadcrumb for what the fuck God was doing, like, and I'm remembering my divorce right now. That was apocalyptic for me. It was like I like at the time because I was a believer. Like I had to put Bible verses on the wall at my parents' house where I was staying in my old room on the wall there, on the wall that like I would see when I would wake up, because I was sleeping, like almost all the time. But it was like the first wall I would see when I woke up, and they didn't do it for me. It was like the best Bible verses for going through the hardest shit. And
oh, but that's your fault.
But you know what
Gotta
did do it is when I told my dad that like my wife, like had sex. Like I had just heard on the phone because she told me because she was an utter bitch, that she had sex with the guy she was cheating on me with, um, which was something like she and I couldn't do because of various reasons, and it was a whole thing. And like I went out to him and I was like, "She told me this," and then he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Matt," and like gave me like the biggest hug. Okay, that's what did it. Is when a human being showed up in a way a human being would, regardless of what they believe. Like when a good dad shows up and does a great dad thing, like that. That was that kind of stuff, specifically that also was what got me through. The Bible verses on the wall weren't doing it because I didn't have answers now. Just a little answer. Just give me a breadcrumb in the right direction, Like I'm not saying give me an answer. Why is this happening? I'm just like, and now you might say, "Oh, your dad giving you a hug is like, the breadcrumb." Like, also it might not be like.
Yeah. Also, that was like just your dad being your dad. So okay, so now apparently Maria's changed her mind. So she's gone from God works in mysterious ways. So we can know God through mystical
Okay.
experience. That's how we know. It's like, okay, is he mysterious or can we know?
Well, that's super subjective because like
Right?
I've had mystical experiences
Mm-hmm.
when I've been high and like
Yeah.
and when I've not been, like in the old spiritual
Yeah.
warfare days.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Weirdly enough, they agree with each other in retrospect.
All right. Well, so now apparently Kian and Marie are talking to each other, but they're doing it in the chat.
That's
So
awesome.
so like so Kian gets what you're saying, Maria. The mysterious ways is sort of similar to the wisdom out of the story of the Chinese farmer. Gotta admit, not familiar with that story. If you want to elaborate, I'd love to know. But this got me. Yes, precisely. These guys just can't comprehend.
All right.
Man, like, okay, we're right here. We can hear you talking about it. Right.
I'm
Okay, if I can't comprehend again, if this God is all powerful and wants me to know him, but I don't get it, whose fault is that? And again, I sought, I wanted to know. I was
It's your
trying to
fault. You're the
understand.
victim. It must be your fault.
Oh man, this is like victim blaming, gaslighting, like just all the things that are just like not good. But you're having to employ all of these not good things to defend this all good God of yours. Think
Yeah.
about that. Think about that,
So
please.
if God works in mysterious ways, it's weird that like eternal damnation depends on mysterious ways. That seems like
Right?
something that you would want like a
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, something concrete. Um
Yeah, like if I knew
because
that there
hell
was
seems
a
pretty
what,
concrete.
right? Like if I again going back to like because Christians love to use the illustration of God as a father, and like I'm a father, so I kind of know what that's like. But it seems like in a lot of ways I'm actually a better father than God. Fucking prove me wrong. Um, Speaking of proof, if I knew that there was a way to prevent my children from being tortured for eternity, I would make absolutely fucking sure that there was no mistake about what they had to do to avoid it.
and
There would be no fucking mystery to that.
break every rule and law between here and there.
Mm-hmm.
To prevent it from happening. So this whole thing of like, well, God, it's not in his nature. He can't be violating his nature if he did all the thing. And then wouldn't it be faith if like, all right, seems like hell isn't super important then.
Right. And also, like this argument about how God would like be violating his nature if he gave us proof. Tell that to my man being a Tommy. Tell that to my man Doubting Thomas. When Doubting Thomas asked for proof that Jesus had risen, Did the disciples tell them, oh, you can't expect proof, you just got to believe? No, Jesus showed the fuck up and let him finger his holes. That's right. All I'm asking for is a chance to finger Jesus's holes. I mean, if that's what he's into. I mean, with consent.
And you cannot convince us that didn't have a double entendre from the very beginning.
Oh, it's my fault.
Oh,
I'm perfectly able. How the fuck do you know what I'm perfectly able to do? First of all, like, okay, so hold on.
Are you
telling me the only?
Johns Hopkins to us?
Hold on. Does God only work through Johns Hopkins mystical experiences? Like what?
Well, we should sign up then.
Like, okay, what did then? How did people? What did people do before Johns Hopkins even existed? And like, what are people like
before JH was JC, buddy?
Or like, are people in like fucking like Papua New Guinea? Like, can they just like pop over and like sign up? Or
sure.
like people in like communist North Korea? Are
it's
they
available?
Able to, like,
they could get there if
up?
they wanted to.
Like, why does God need Johns Hopkins University to prove to me that he exists? Like, let God be true and every Johns Hopkins a liar for all the fuck I care. Like,
look, now we're
like,
getting irritated because you're getting ridiculous.
Yeah. It's my fault.
Maybe
man.
it's God's fault, or maybe it's your fault because your religion sucks. It's unconvincing.
Yeah, this sounds like a you problem.
I mean, since we're blaming people,
and look,
since we're blaming people without evidence,
yeah, which like, and again, like, I get to take a step back from like how combative I being. Like, look, I put a link out in the chat. Like, seriously, like, if anyone, like, we'd love the engagement, but we'd love it even more if someone would like click on that link and actually join us. Like, I feel like I'd be less combative if you were actually like talking to me like face to face. But like, just based on what you're giving me, like, this is my reaction.
It's easier for us to people in an appropriate way when we are face to face.
Oh, now I don't have patience. They meditated. They practice his.
Isn't that
I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Like, so if you want to, if you think that's a gotcha, oh, you don't even know what that word is. Like, yeah, again, like, how smart do I have to be to know God? Do I have to know certain words, quietism, etc.? But I doubt you've patience for any of that. That's why you need John. Wait, do I need God or Johns Hopkins? What the fuck is happening right now? Like,
it's like, tell me you're a bot without telling me you're a bot.
Okay, Maria, like, serious right now. You are lucky that I am in a healthy enough place where I can take this kind of comment and just say, fuck you. Because if I was not in that healthy of a place, for you to tell people that they are the problem and always have been, do you have any fucking idea what that does to someone's head? If they are actually in danger of something like committing suicide.
Yeah.
Or like,
I was recently.
Please, like, I am being completely serious right now. Fucking think about what you say before you goddamn say it. This shit is like I said, we are so lucky that like none of us like are in a position where this would actually do some fucking damage.
That exact statement is where religious trauma comes from. And you may scoff at the term religious trauma, but it is an actual diagnosis. It's an actual thing people seek counseling for, because religious trauma is a form of abuse that people have gone through. And that language, that it's a you problem and it always has been.
I'm going to leave that up.
I went to an inpatient not that long ago, just the end of last year. I went to an inpatient mental health treatment facility. Not even a fancy one. They get taxpayer dollars there a little bit. That kind of thinking is what put me there. And I went in there, and all I knew was, like, I had been through a divorce, and that was like the worst of the worst. And I knew that what I was going through was worse than that. And I didn't know, like, I didn't know if worse was safe. And so I checked myself in, which apparently was like super brave and some shit. But like, it's just like, I don't know what else to do. And they're like, this is weird. Nobody does this. And I'm like, I'm doing well, I don't know what else to do. They're like, I was like, help me, bitches.
Right.
But that kind of thinking, like, that is what victims of abuse reflect on themselves with, is that it's a me problem and always has been. Now, if abuse is what causes that to be ingrained in a person, my lights went off.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell would I want to sign on for a faith that tells me things abusers tell people?
Right? Yeah, and look, Maria, I'll tell you this. It's a good thing I didn't hear you tell this to me 30 years ago.
And Tommy, I like your response. That anger, that super rejection of it, is exactly what needs to happen for somebody to be okay.
Yeah. Like, seriously, like, I'm 42. If you would have told me this at 12, would have absolutely fucked me up. And honestly, like, fuck you for being willing to say that to someone without even knowing them.
That kind of trolling statement is the kind of stuff that kills people.
Right. Okay, so wait, so again, I need Johns Hopkins as a necessary media. What the fuck were people doing before John Hopkins existed then? And why does God need John Hopkins as a mediator? Seriously, like, tell me why the all-powerful God of the creator of the entire universe needs a fucking university. Like, seriously, tell me why he needs that. Okay, so, and also tell me why I should watch the story of the Chinese farmer. Like why do I need this?
As told by an Indian guy?
I'm sure he's a cool dude. I'll just go and grant he's a cool dude, has a great story to tell. Why do I need to know that?
I have a feeling it's probably a little Taoist in nature, which is fine. Like, cool. I like,
yeah,
Taoism was pretty helpful, actually.
I can be down with that, but like, yeah, again, why does God need that?
Oh, Kian, by the way, like, I don't think you've said anything outlandishly, like, harmful, so good on you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, for sure.
I'm kind of starting to wonder the John Hopkins thing and the response to, like, that was apparently kind of a trigger, and then, like, the lingering on that. I'm kind of wondering if Maria's not a bot. If Maria's a bot. Maria, if you're not a bot, say I'm not a bot.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm picking up on that, but maybe that's...
Well, AI is not really allowed to lie very easily, so if Maria doesn't comment about that, then that is probably a bot.
Well, did I take back everything nice I said about the robots?
Like, AI can be told to roleplay as a particular kind of person, but telling AI to lie is fortunately still difficult.
Oh, so apparently before Johns Hopkins, people meditated, people engaged in various forms of spiritual disciplines. They took ayahuasca. Yeah. I guess I've heard the word, but I guess I've never seen it spelled out like that before. Okay. But, okay. So then you're still saying I need things that are not God. Okay.
You need natural things.
Okay. I have meditated. I have engaged in various forms of spiritual disciplines. I have not done ayahuasca. Again, like, why the fuck would that be necessary? But, like, okay.
It's a rough trip, I hear.
Okay, all, like you said, okay, here's the thing, Maria. I'll even scroll up, see if I can find the comment because I want to make sure that I'm quoting you accurately. Where is it? Damn
It
it!
must
I
quote
know it's here.
accurately for posterity.
Yes. Okay. God says, "Seek, and you shall find." God didn't say seek through Johns Hopkins. God didn't say seek through ayahuasca. God didn't say seek through meditation. God said seek, and
It
ye shall
didn't
find.
say seek in a way that pleases Maria.
Like, look, I saw it. I found shit. In the time in my life where I needed to find God the most, nothing.
And this sounds like a very short thing. Like we saw it, and then I'm like, no, I didn't find him. But no, this was a years long process. This wasn't
Yeah,
like
which it,
God didn't show up on Thursday, so I'm done.
oh, now we're getting funny. Spot has been brought to you by John Hopkins. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. That's
Okay.
probably a real person.
No. Yeah. See, she's just kidding. These
Oh
were
my
mediators.
God, you ruined it. I was like, that's a real person. Now you're like,
Yeah.
no, I'm AI for real.
Okay, like I'm not saying there can't be mediators to God. What I'm questioning is like why those are necessary. Okay, so these are various to seek God. I'm assuming she means something like these are various means to seek God via the possibility of mystical experience, which can be induced in many ways. Like, oh, why? Then why were you insisting that I go to Johns Hopkins? If it's just a way, like look,
Maybe she
okay,
thinks it's the best way, or the best documented way. Which good
okay. I
on you
mean,
for thinking. For
yeah, which like I said, I mean, it's like where I'm at. It's like 12:21 in the morning. I don't know if I can like call Johns Hopkins like right
oh
now.
shit, it really is.
Yeah, to say like, hey, like sign me up. Like honestly, like if there is something like this going on at Johns Hopkins University, I am interested. Like now the question is like whether I have like the money and or time, and that's not a cop out. Like if you know me, like I literally like I have zero time for a lot of things that I even want to do, like much less assignments I'm getting from strangers on the internet.
So
But
I'll put this out there for Maria and Kian. I think we are on the verge of starting to find out what's beyond us. And I think atheists will sign on to what's beyond us for reals faster than Christians will, and Christians will see it as like the great deception, antichrist kind of stuff. But it will be based on evidence. So loosen up your grip on God, because like I think we're gonna find out stuff that the Bible doesn't know what to do with.
all right. So Maria said it's the best way for someone of your type of skepticism. Like,
Neat. What type?
yeah, that's okay. Like, I could give you the link to sign up. He said, like make me you a mod. Like, you don't need to be a mod. Like, literally,
No.
like we don't also like I don't know, like we're on Restream here, like we don't really have mods. Like you can literally just like copy and paste a link in the chat. Like that's all it takes.
No, mystery people don't become mods. Even if we had that,
Yeah.
that's
But yeah, but if
not
you
how
have
that
a
goes.
link, yeah, but if you have a link, literally just post the link in the chat. You don't need to be a
Nobody's
mod
stopping you.
to do that. So, all right. So Kian says, I don't think it'll be deception for Christianity. It will come in the form of the perennial philosophy. Gotta admit, I'm not following you here. I don't know what you're responding to specifically. Do you want to
Sounds
clarify?
a little bit like gibberish. Perennial philosophy. I think you mean the philosophy that like persists always. Sure. I think there is a philosophy that would persist always. That's what I'm in search of.
Mm-hmm.
what I'm trying to nail down with my conversations with ChatGPT and like internal reflections and meditations and the highness.
Okay, so I'll post the comment section. Non-mods cannot post links in the YouTube chat. Okay, that's something. Oh, okay, since you are watching on YouTube, I guess honestly, like, my bad. We're actually used to most of our interaction coming through Facebook. So, but
I don't even know how.
Yeah.
We don't even know how to make you mod. Sorry.
yeah, yeah. At least from like Restream, like the platform,
Yeah.
like if there are controls to like make people mods, like I have no idea what they are.
If you want to tell us the name, all right. So if not in the form of a link, because it won't let you do that, but if you want to tell us what we need to Google search to find it, that that would be great.
Yeah,
So
and
I
then
do want to look into it.
Yeah, like I said, but also like along with like instructions on how to do this, if you could also post like the reason why God can't convince me he exists without this particular venue, please post that too.
Also,
But
if we're trying to find God through naturalistic means and naturalistic measuring, then that kind of fits with my thing of like, if there is a godlike thing, it's natural,
yeah.
not supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
Because if meditation can get you there, then it's probably natural. If like products of natural growth, like hallucinogenics and stuff, can get you there, then it's natural.
Mm-hmm.
Like if watching a music video can get you there.
Right. All right. So Kean says, yes, the eternal philosophy rooted in Neoplatonism, which is a word I have heard.
And I feel like I should know more about.
Originally referred to as Sophia Perennis, like Sophia.
God, that sounds like a Greek porn name.
No, but Sophia, I remember. What is that? Is that that's
knowledge?
Wisdom. Yeah, wisdom.
Wisdom/knowledge, I think.
Yeah. Aldous Huxley wrote about it, but he didn't coin the term. They're like, honestly,
Aldous
I don't.
Huxley, you're throwing out like you're speaking our language. Are you sure you're on the other side?
So honestly, I'm not as familiar with Mr. Huxley. So I'm seeing a lot of words. None of them seem to mean God actually cares about you and will prove to you that he exists.
Right. These are all interesting things to look into and do expand your understanding of reality.
Yeah. So this is what I meant when I said my life verse, even as an atheist, is let God be true and every man a liar. Like, it's not that I'm not interested in what people have to say about like their opinions of God or whatever, but when it comes to actually convincing me that he exists, like I do, if this God, again, if this God that you're suggesting is all powerful and wants me to get to know him, then I don't give a shit what other people have to say about him. If he wants me to know that he exists, he will convince me. Otherwise, if I'm just listening to other people, then to me, it's indistinguishable from, well, these are just thoughts that I had in my head. And if you're just listening to other people, why are you not listening to people who are trying to convince you of Islam or trying to convince you of Buddhism or trying to convince you of Hinduism or people like us who are trying to, not that I'm actually trying to convince you of atheism, but why wouldn't you listen to me? If we're just listening to people here, then why these people? Like seriously, like.
All right, you went at it too directly, and now they're going to fall back on what's comfortable. Okay, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I just saw that play out in my marriage, like recently, where I'm like, wait, and like in the moment, I'm like, this is kind of feels like a spiritual experience. Like I feel like I'm kind of like seeing what's really happening.
Okay.
And then
it looks like Maria gets it. Nothing will convince you short of a direct mystical experience with God. Okay.
I mean, that's kind of what you've been trying to sell us too. So we're in agreement.
Yeah.
Also, okay, not just a direct mystical experience of God, but a direct mystical experience of God that can't be explained through naturalistic means.
Right.
Because God may exist. It's not the God everybody thought existed. Like if God exists, like it's not what everybody thought. Like that was everybody's best guess, and it was
Yeah.
wrong. Some of them are probably more right than others. All still wrong. It's like, yay, runner up for being wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but speaking of Maria here, like, I'm glad to see you're still interacting, but I would love, as long as you're still reacting, like, I would love nothing more than to see a retraction of this bullshit statement. As long as you're still interacting, if you still want me to like take you seriously, and like, honestly, I'm not speaking for Matt, I'm just speaking for me. If you want me to take you seriously, retract this fucking statement.
No, I like that.
Otherwise, like, I do not give a shit.
It's incredibly
If I'm being completely honest, like,
if Tommy and I weren't in good places with mental health, and I would say even if we weren't both seeing therapists, this would be a problem. Like,
so
I'll assume you're not doing it on purpose, but I'll say you don't know what you're doing.
right. Also, if you want me to believe in your God, explain to me why your God would let you say such a thing like this to me.
I imagine you thought the Holy Spirit was telling you to say that. Why would the Holy Spirit tell you to say something damaging how does this statement encourage fruit of the Spirit? Like, how is this a fruit of the Spirit? Because if the Spirit is really telling you to say this, that means this thing is a fruit of the Spirit.
All right. Let's see. So Keaton says, what did everybody think? That God was a sky daddy? I'm in agreement with Einstein there. That's childish interpretation of God. Well, I mean, according to a lot of the Bible, he's a sky daddy.
Also, that's an appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy. It doesn't make your point true.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with Einstein with some stuff. Probably not some others.
No, God didn't think everything was a sky daddy. That's a oversimplification, kind of like making fun and drawing reference to, like, that's the origin of gods. People didn't understand the sky.
Yeah. Which, like, again, like, so my concept of God is like right now, like, I don't have a concept of God. So it's not like there's a specific thing I'm expecting. Like,
No.
like whatever God is, if he wants me to know that he's there, then yeah. All right.
I feel more at peace with everything than I ever did before. So I don't know. I guess I'm closer to God, or I'm closer to what's true. I don't know.
Okay, so it's not a retraction, but yes, what I mean by you is that God hides for the same reason you hide. I'm not hiding. I literally said I was trying to find him, and I'm right here. Like, God, like, wherever you are, like, how is this hiding? If he's like omniscient and like omnipresent, like, how is it even possible to hide from God? When you invite him spiritually into your life, which I did multiple times, then God becomes more visible. It's like,
you think he becomes more visible. It's
according to your story and what you have to believe in order to keep your story true in your mind, then this is true. But in speaking of like people's personal experiences and like spiritual experiences, in my experience, this is not true.
Religion's the technology that has run its course that humanity created. Like, we're at the limits. We're like, this is so what you're saying is when you invite him into your life, you will have confirmation bias and he becomes more visible. Like,
right?
So religion is a technology that humanity created that is it's basically it's like a mystification of logical fallacies. Like it all depends on logical fallacies. The explanation that keeps
Right.
everything going and that keeps the apologetics going is either logical fallacies, or you just have to say the Bible's not a rational document, and so we cannot infer anything rational about it. It can be a source of wisdom, contemplation, reflection, but like rational thinking, it is not.
Right. Okay. So now, to be fair, okay, I'm glad like Ian like clarified here is like he's not
Okay.
appealing to Einstein as an authority, simply agreeing with his understanding of theology. Okay. Yeah. Like I also like to use like quotes from other people, not saying it's true because they said it, but I agree. I just like how they worded it. So yeah, totally with you there. The Bible doesn't necessarily establish God as a sky daddy. Like,
Which is why I described this as an oversimplification.
right. Now, certain descriptions of God in the Bible, I don't think sky daddy is necessarily a completely unfair reduction, but
Now,
like I said, but I'm not one of those atheists that uses like sky daddy. Like I
no,
literally never say that. So
no, I think it.
yeah. Hold on, you just muted yourself.
Damn
Say
it!
that again.
Did you unmute me?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Sorry, I messed with the cord from my mic and it just went. It's not there anymore.
Yeah. You talk. I'll be right back. I got to charge my earbuds.
Sky Daddy. So kind of like going back to how the Old Testament is more interesting when it doesn't have to be literally true. So I know this is going to tick off some Christians, but
Go for it.
Baal. A lot of the things about Baal are incorporated into Yahweh. And it looks like Baal was worshipped by Yahweh worshippers kind of at the same time. And they incorporated some of the stories about Baal into what they thought about Yahweh, kind of like reconciling it with this new god they were following. And Baal was a storm god. And so, like, Sky Daddy sure is the oversimplification, but storms are in the sky, and like God is the Father, and so you can kind of see how we got there with that. Now you can say like Yahweh isn't Baal, and like sure, that's not what I said. What I said was stories that became descriptions of Yahweh. Parts of those started as descriptions of Baal.
Yeah. All right. So Maria says again, as if it's almost like she doesn't know us at all.
No, she doesn't.
Avoid spiritual disciplines, and you essentially avoiding the possibility of experiencing God for yourself. Okay. I've done the spiritual disciplines. I've prayed. I've read my Bible. I've fasted. I've attended church. I've been baptized multiple times. But what spiritual discipline? Like this motherfucker baptized me the second time.
I know I screwed it up.
So it's probably his fault. So tell me, Maria, like what spiritual disciplines have I not done? And also, like again, because I love
and if God help us if you say Johns Hopkins.
Because again, going back to this, to the illustration of God as a father, which again, like I keep going back to this, but please tell me if you do not agree with this illustration of God as a loving father, then I'll stop using it as a metaphor. But again, like speaking to my children, what disciplines do my children have to engage in to understand that I exist and I love them?
Well, they gotta submit to your authority.
Like, all right. So, as Keaton says, religion is a byproduct of mystical experience.
I hope
All
so.
the great prophets had it: Jesus, Muhammad, Siddhartha, Platonius, Ramakrishna, etc. Like, okay, yeah, religion is a byproduct of that. Yeah.
Byproducts usually aren't great. I mean, like there's a like
Yeah.
byproducts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. So,
I got into the
like,
weeds
so no
immediately on that.
disagreement there necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah.
So the y'all also, well, okay. I, as an autistic person, I do have to like point out that I love that the majority of this sentence is in parentheses, like not being sarcastic. Like this
No.
is legit. I love how
Yeah,
much
I
of
was
this is
like,
parenthetical. This
I was
is
like, oh
fucking
my god, this
fantastic.
is my language.
Like again, like no sarcasm. Like completely legit. I love that. So thank you for this. So
Every
the all
statement has
also,
more context than the statement can contain.
yeah, it's bonus content. I fucking love it. So the all, also called the one, the absolute, the great one, the creator, the supreme mind, the supreme good, the father. Yeah, my illustration. Yeah, the universal mother. Oh, I love how you include the mother as well.
Yes. Also,
We
the
ain't no
nameless.
yeah, we ain't no
Little douse
patriarchy
there
here.
for you. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, is a term denoting major pantheistic. Oh, and it continues. Belches. Uh, Pantheistic, hermetic, and other. I'm sorry, like from my
Monistically.
my view, like the print is kind of small, so I'm having to
Oh, okay.
yeah, monistically mystical notions of ultimate reality, whether called the monad or monad, cosmos, God, goddess, Godhead, Allah, Brahman, or Tao. The all is often characterized as androgynous, possessing both. I'll also be honest with you. Again, this is the like going on more beer than sleep right now. Like you kind of lost me. I'm just like
I'm
reading
following.
words. Okay, cool. So you fill me in. Androgynous, possessing both masculine and feminine qualities, personal and impersonal attributes or appearances, and positive and negative aspects, yet transcending all of them.
You're speaking my language. Also, what part of this is the Christian God?
Cool.
No, I mean, they're basically saying like
Yeah.
all right, so getting closer to this God would be integrating everything into who you
Hmm.
are, and then who you are is closer to God at that point.
Hmm.
Like if you can
Okay.
integrate every experience you have into who you are, then who you are is closer to God. If there's a God. If there isn't, you're healthier for it.
Yeah, that if is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But yeah, because like honestly, like sorry, Kian, like my brain, like while reading all that, like I'm at the point where my brain's like, okay, I can either expend energy into reading words or retaining them. So,
All right, just so they've
it's
said
not because I didn't want to understand what
Yeah.
you were saying. It was just like if I'm going to be reading them out loud, it's like that's where my brain power is being spent right now.
no, I could never comprehend what I was reading out loud, even in school, like years ago.
Oh
So,
yeah,
like I
yeah,
hear that.
yeah.
You've heard me say a lot of stuff like this. I think if you like tomorrow go back
Mhm.
and look at this, you'll be like, "Oh yeah, Matt would probably say this." All right, so this is all inclusive, right? You said the all, which leaves nothing out. But some of the stuff you said earlier sounds exclusive. Like that, if that is true, is that it is at the expense of something else. But what you just said is at the expense of nothing.
Ooh.
And that is that like that the all. I think that's the thing where the people have been experiencing as God or gods. Getting to the bottom of that, like there's something that people have like accepted as gods or God. I think we need to get to the bottom of what that is.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what that actually is. Now, so Maria's commenting again, still not retracting that previous statement. So honestly,
Interesting.
it's very charitable of me for even like reading more of these. But like, so I started with, so I read the words I recommend, and then just like kept reading, and like none of the following words were God. So I don't know how any of this is supposed to help me based on what I've already plainly said.
I'm putting my beer glass in places it doesn't go. I might be getting close to done.
I feel you. Yeah, so Keaton is like continuing here. This is how early church fathers, the Cappadocian fathers, the Hasty Chest, ascetics, etc., referred to the Christian God as Father, not as paternalistic, anthropomorphic entity, but rather as Platonius understood the One. It essentially how Paul Tillich understood God as the ground of all being.
I do like some Paul Tillich. I need to read some of his stuff.
Yeah, but to me, like the whole concept of like God being the ground of all being is like, well, that's kind of where God has to retreat to once we've ruled out him actually being a being. Like that's the only place left for him. So it's like,
okay, so I think what that shows is that, like, that's the people who call God the ground of all being are people who they're not comfortable accepting that if there's a ground of all being, that includes God. So you have found something that includes God, which means it is greater than God. So yes, let's find out what the ground of all being is. It's probably just energy, and we'll never really know where it came from. And energy is just the potential for doing work. So it's like everything that exists is just the potential for what could exist. It's like
fucking Protestant work ethic gets us again. Fuck.
My son at his autistic school was told by his English teacher in a report they sent home that, like, we need to work on his work ethic. First of all, everybody has a work ethic. If he needs to work on it, that means that his work ethic isn't what they think it should be. Now, normally what people mean by work ethic, it is that hard work is inherently virtuous. Well, isn't that exactly what the slave owners would tell the slaves?
Right?
In our family, not all hard work is virtuous. Call us socialists, or just call us pragmatic.
So, counterpoint, apparently.
Okay.
Well, the ground of all being is synonymous to God, not greater than God.
Prove it.
For God is the maximally great being, i.e., the ground of all being. Oh, wait,
no.
How can you be a being, but the ground of all being? You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think.
Well, okay. You could break it down to a trinity where you have the ground of all being, you have being, and then you have the becoming, the ground of all being into being. And all that would indicate, though, is that reality has a trinitarian base to it, as far as we can understand it. That doesn't mean any of that is God. But it would mean that our experience of it is as if it's a God. So again, we have less materialistic.
Yeah. So is the prime mover of Aristotle, aka the uncaused cause, or the unmoved mover? Like, okay,
no, we've heard this.
Yeah, those are like theoretical things. Like again, okay, like prove that actually exists, though. Like
I mean, prove that an unmoved mover is even like a comprehensible thing.
Yeah, which again, like I said, it's not that part of it is like it's getting late, but
and there's a very good chance you're staying up to talk to a bot.
Yeah, but like again, like
it's
to me,
at
the end of the day, it like if you're trying to convince me that an all-powerful, all-loving God exists. Like all this philosophical talk honestly means nothing to me.
What you're going to it means nothing, but I enjoy it.
Like I said, yeah, I enjoy it. But when it comes to the issue of is there an all-powerful, all-loving God that wants me to know that he exists? If your goal is to try to convince me that he exists, then really all that matters is like if you're going to tell me anything, you are going to have to tell me why. That at the point in my life where I needed him to reveal himself to me the most, I got absolutely fucking nothing. Explain that to me, and then I'll listen to you. Otherwise, this is all it's interesting conversation. But up to the level of convincing me that this God exists does absolutely nothing for me. until you can explain that to me.
Like, direct us to God, not intermediaries. Whether it's an apologetic logic or Johns Hopkins or whatever. Like, say something that connects me to God. If you've got nothing else, I don't want it. I mean, if you have other things, I don't want it.
Yeah. Or just say, just turn and say, here's God, and let him explain it.
That's why I was trying to boil the whole thing down with the phases and stuff to questions. Like, is there a question to contemplate that brings me closer to more of the everything, whatever that is? It turns out it's not one question necessarily. It depends where you are, which is not simple. It's kind of like complex problems can't have simple answers.
Weird. Yeah. Which again, like complete strangers telling me about my experience. This is my favorite. You didn't get nothing.
This is fun. We've heard this before too.
You don't get what you want. You don't get what you need. You got what you needed to hear at that time. Wait, I don't get what I...
Wait, but Tommy didn't get what he needed.
Hold on. No, I didn't get what I want. I got what I need. So what I needed was to not think that God exists.
Kind of sounds like a God problem.
Yeah. Which, again, like, correct me if I'm off base on this illustration of, like, seeing God as a father and then relating it to how I relate to my kids. At what point do my kids need to not know that I exist?
And Tommy didn't get what he needed to hear at the time. Now, if you're saying, like, God needed for Tommy to lose his faith, okay, but, like, that sounds counterproductive.
Mm-hmm. and what do you mean I didn't get nothing? I got nothing.
Well, you're alive. I mean, so, like, you could argue that you didn't get nothing.
No, but, like, when I basically told God, okay, show up, prove to me that you exist. Right. In fact, I got, and again, like, I've gone into this story before, so if you want to go back and watch previous episodes, feel free. That'd be awesome. But what I actually, like, the only thing I got from that experience was disconfirmation that God existed.
Mm-hmm.
If I got anything,
that's what you needed to hear. You need to hear that God doesn't exist. Because that accomplishes what?
I am ready to be convinced. I was ready to be convinced, especially at that
point in my life.
Us! Like, still, like, stop trying to fucking tell me about myself.
When the student is ready, then the teacher appears. I thought you were the teacher. You're not the teacher?
Like, okay. Explain to me how more ready I can be than coming off of surviving stage 4 cancer, being pretty convinced I was going to die, and just wanting something, anything solid to hold on to believe in, and, like, pleading with God, like, please show up right now. Let me know that you exist. Explain to me how more fucking ready I can be, please.
I would like to point out, I have not seen any examples of loving kindness in anything that. There's been no outright loving kindness in anything that Kian or Maria has said. It's been like point counterpoint, and we've said a lot of stuff that's personal and that we went through that was difficult, and there's been zero empathy. Now, I know people are like, empathy could be bad if it's too much. Sure. Let's accept that as a fact, just for argument's sake. Zero empathy is a problem.
So the teacher is mystical experience.
Interesting. Okay, sure. You realize that's bullshit. I hope.
And I've had mystical experiences, for what it's worth. And this, like, well, it's one thing to be convinced that you're going to die. It's another thing to die to your consciousness. Like, yes, those are different things.
Congratulations, you know different things.
And apples are not platypuses. Like, okay.
I haven't heard that yet. That's nice.
Oh, tough love is more teaching than empathy. Oh, that's what I needed when I was like, oh, I thought I was going to die. And now, like, the entire world doesn't make sense. And I'm at my most vulnerable point in my entire life. That's what I needed right then was tough love. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Are you? It seems like you're just saying like whatever comes to your mind to escape actually thinking about this.
Yeah, it's a talking points discussion.
Well, to say it's BS from not having mystical experience is simply a statement out of
That's a nothing statement.
Okay, I am done taking you seriously.
Yeah.
At this point. Like, all right. Well,
that was some underpants profit logic. And if you don't get the reference, it's because you suck.
but watch our previous episodes.
Yeah.
Man. Well, I'm still not convinced that God exists. For some reason, like two strangers on the internet were not able to convince me that some like all-powerful, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, omniscient God exists. Like, who would have fucking thunk? But again,
not
at the same time, right? Which at the same time, like, thanks for your interaction. Like, for real, thanks for your interaction. Like, as much as angry as I probably seemed, like, I enjoyed this. Like, we even stopped like what we were actually doing for our episode tonight to interact with you two. So,
because I'll bet if we talked about like our regular lives, like, how's your family doing? How's your family doing? Like, we'd probably get along. But if your theology gets in the way of getting along with people, and if your theology gets in the way of fruit of the Spirit in your interactions with other people, I don't know, maybe self-reflect. We got more. I see you looking off.
Yeah. Like I said, yeah. Well, if I'm not going to be convinced by someone in a YouTube chat room, then what the fuck are you even doing?
I know.
If your goal is to convince me, like, so yeah, what's going to convince me is my own. Like I said, I've had those experiences, man.
I mean, it sounds like you've wasted your time.
Yeah, like assuming you're man. Like I don't want to assume your gender. Like, dude, to me, dude is a gender neutral experience. Word.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to call people dude.
Yeah. I've had mystical experiences, dude. And at the point in my life where I needed one the most, I was begging for a mystical experience and got nothing. So if the presence of a mystical experience is supposed to convince me that God exists, what is the absence of a mystical experience? What does that mean? Because, like, if I tell you that I have a mansion, me presenting you with that mansion is proof that it exists. But me failing to be able to present you with proof of that mansion
kind of sounds like you have a girlfriend in Canada who's totally real.
Well, I do have that, but that's...
I almost Canada. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Personal.
So I love how, like, this is a thread that's so common in Christianity, is they'll say like all these things are like proof positive that God exists, but for some magical, mystical, mysterious reason, the opposite of those things are not proof that he doesn't exist. So
we gotta have faith.
Oh well, here's
I don't know. Kind of who cares?
I really don't give a shit if you're convinced or not. I'm not convinced you're a real person and not a robot. Like,
it's kind of irrelevant to whether or not it actually happened.
Like, okay, but here's the thing: if God exists, He probably cares if I have or not. Like,
and if that was God talking to Tommy, you're getting in the way of God talking to Tommy. Like, you're getting in the way of God's mystical experience with Tommy.
Yeah. Yeah, see, but here's the other thing on the other side. If, like, in this limited conversation that we have had, if you were convinced that I've had a mystical experience, like, that's not good either. Like, nothing. It's like you literally like just started talking to me. If you were convinced about anything, it's like
I'm laughing because I believed people who said that. Just because I was like, you seem neat.
like, do I know how mystical experiences is defined within neuroscience, or how William James defined? Like, do I need to know?
I mean, kind of, it's like how we define it is kind of what matters for this conversation.
Yeah, or how God defines it.
All right, the way this
That's
comes
really all
across
I
is
care
like,
about.
do you even know how mystical experience is defined within neuroscience, or how William James defines it? Do you even know who William James is?
Like, do you know how mystical experience is defined in Buddhism? Do you know how it's defined in Islam? Do you know how it's defined in Jainism? Do you know how it's like how many different what like forget it. All right. I put the link out for these people to actually join us in like actual conversation, but no one seems interested. Like, I'm still not convinced that you're all not robots. So
I need someone to explain to me why coughing on a weed product makes the impact heavier.
ooh.
There's something about it. Like, I don't. It's probably because you got so much that it made you cough. For some reason, it doesn't hit until you cough. Also, no comments that I'm super high while we're having this discussion. I mean, you guys are falling behind. I mean, you missed an opportunity to condemn me.
Right?
Super high and probably drunk, but I am not aware of that right now.
All right. Well, man, this might actually be our longest episode ever. So
it's not like we have jobs tomorrow. Today.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a job. Wait, I do have a job tomorrow because tomorrow's Friday. Fuck. So, like I said, like, we do appreciate the interaction. I mean, not just for the algorithm, but it was fun to like as fun as it was to react to Braxton, who like was like in a video from who the fuck knows how long ago, and he's not able to respond to us. Actually, talking with what I'm going to assume are real people. I'll go ahead and give these robots the benefit of the doubt that they're real people.
Wait,
but
I see a person.
Ooh.
Oh, there's another Tommy. Hold on, Keon is here. Interesting.
Oh yeah. Do we have someone?
Well,
if they're
source not shown, hide other sources to display it. That sounds fishy.
Wait, okay, so show that, hide that. Why can I not show? All right, I'm gonna try this again.
There's just a still.
Well, here, I'll try hiding me, see if they show up.
Yeah, that's broken.
Yeah, so if I have to hide both of us, I mean, well, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and hide both of us, see what happens, and then it's Kian's show. So.
That's nothing.
Yeah, it still said, like, after hiding both of us and then showing them, it still said hide others to display. Like, oh, I can't. So sorry, Kian. Like, if it's something on our end that's like just not working, like, and you like were
that's very possible.
Yeah,
the new update has been less than stellar.
Yeah, we're both not happy with like the new restream, but hey, we're on here like every Wednesday night. We start at 8:30 Eastern. So I mean,
please come back. This was
Yeah.
Um,
Like,
I don't know why I wanted to quote Jabba the Hutt. This was Bantha Poodoo, but I enjoyed it.
like the way I would put it, like I like, and this is like, and this may like sound sarcastic, but this is like completely like serious. Like both you and Maria, like I enjoyed how much you pissed me off tonight. So, yeah. I
I
mean,
mean, look
because
what
I just
happens when you become an atheist. You like you enjoy the conversations you would have avoided when you were a Christian.
right, yeah. So like I said, I just love the interaction with real people. Like you know, we love interacting like YouTube videos and stuff like we were doing tonight. But yeah, when like real people want to come on and like talk to us, like we love the fact that people want to talk to us. I don't necessarily love what they have to say to me, but I love that they want to say it.
That was
So
obvious.
yeah. Oh, I mean, I was trying to be subtle with the yeah. Hold on. Right. It's good. Maybe next time for sure. All right. Yeah. Please, like we said, like seriously. Oh, and you'll subscribe. That's
I
we like.
appreciate that.
Yeah, sincerely. Like, so you're like the third person. No, there's maybe 6 more than that. But yeah, next Wednesday.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, because like I said, like I feel like this would go better if it was like a face to face. Now, please don't prove me wrong, and also like piss me all the way the fuck off in that format. But I'm optimistic. So words, I swear I can do them.
You can
So,
almost get them out.
uh,
I mean, I don't. It sounds like you didn't mean to be.
yeah, I'll accept that you didn't mean to be, but in a couple cases you absolutely were. But like I said, in this format,
Yeah,
who knows? But yeah,
tone
but I
is
will
easily
say,
lost in this format.
yeah, but I will say, no matter what the tone, like with that comment you had about like where it definitely sounds like it was a you problem and it's like your fault. Like in any tone, like I can't think of a possible tone or format where that's any kind of okay.
And if you don't
But
understand why it bothered us so much, like really reflect on how it could bother somebody that much.
yeah, so here's my thing, especially like for like as much as I appreciate complete strangers talking to us, is like recognize that you are strangers and you don't know our story before. Okay, here's my suggestion: learn someone's story before you start offering suggestions on how to improve it.
Because your attempt at
Because
helping could hurt.
yeah, because if you don't know someone's story and if you're but you're trying to improve it anyway, like you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And it is very easy for you to do some damage. Like think of it like if I'm trying to like fix my car, but I don't know what the actual problem is, but I just start doing shit anyway.
You
Like
should
I can
probably
cause
pee in the gas tank. That'll work. Like,
right? But yeah, but if I don't actually know what's going on with my car, but I just start trying to fix shit anyway, I can do more damage than fixing.
I've done that. Don't
So,
do that.
yeah, yeah. From experience. All right. Well, this turned out to be like very different than what I was expecting for tonight, but
I was like, that took a
it was
turn.
fun. Yeah. Like I said, thanks. Like again, I mean, as like I said, as negatively as I was reacting to a lot of it, I appreciated that there was interaction. This more than we usually get. So
You got.
um,
I mean, several friends before you have gotten the drunk Tommy conversation. I mean, like,
mhm.
so
Yeah, but at least
consider yourself in good company.
yeah, but at least this time I wasn't trying to convince you to be Republicans. So that's a different drunk Tommy that I prefer not to talk about, even though I brought him up.
Like when memories become
Fuck.
cringe.
C'est la vie. Or say mommy.
It's like, oh, I punch me.
But hey, that's growth. Is like realizing, like, for me, that's been almost a pretty like consistent thing in my life. Like at any point, I look back at myself like 5 years ago, and I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with him? So
It's like, yeah, I'd kick my ass. Like, looking back.
if I could, I mean, have you seen me? Anyway, all right. Sorry, I just want to make sure we got. All right, so links. Oh yes, leave in the comment section. Yes, whatever
Sounds
links you're talking about. But yeah, so yeah, Kian says they'll leave something there too. Thanks tonight.
You are welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We made your night. I'm not sure how, but you're welcome.
I mean,
you don't work tomorrow? Well, lucky you.
I'm self-employed, but I did tell somebody I'd be there at 11 a.m., which is pushing it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, well, and I work from home, and it's super flexible. And I told myself I'd be there at 8 a.m. So
we just gotta show up and do some things, right? Like online, like you could not be completely conscious while you're doing it.
yeah, they keep track of what I do and how well I do it pretty tightly. So
What if you just do it slower?
well, they keep track of that too because I'm supposed to do a certain amount of work every day, but
that's on average. You gotta play that average.
yeah, but my average for the month is kind of like not so good because Elden Ring. So
are you playing that like on the clock?
well, I play it on my breaks, and then
Which
my breaks
sometimes go over.
yeah. But hey, I finally got all 6 endings. So
I don't know what that means, but good for you.
yay. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Well, I guess maybe we'll see like Maria and Kian back next week. And hopefully we'll see you, whoever's watching now. Again, next week, we're having Aaron Tomlinson on. So we're having a guest next week. So I don't know how that's going to work with like also having other people in. But if not next week, we'll try to fit, the other people, like unofficial guests, in the following week. Like I said, we're here every Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, whenever people want to hang out. But yeah, next week talking with Aaron Tomlinson about the left-hand path and how apparently we're both kind of already on it without maybe necessarily realizing it. Maybe you are too.
I mean, it's great to hear you're nailing it without trying.
Right.
Although there's been a lot of trying. This hasn't been easy.
That's true, but I didn't know I was trying that. But
right.
Yeah. Right. All right. Well, so yeah, it kind of feels weird, like following all the vitriol and bile I just spewed at you, but we appreciate our new viewers. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, you got the real me tonight, so you're welcome, and maybe talk to a therapist. I don't know.
So we ready to sign off?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. This is how we do it. May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
And we'll see you next week. Good night, everybody, or good morning, I guess. Fuck. All right. Bye.